Broadcasting live.
But then there's something else. I didn't bring it with me. It's a microphone on the little thing. I can turn it at you and it'll pick up your voice in my place.
Oh, that's a good thing.
It's very, very good. And for somebody like me that's supposed to talk very loud, but watching the other girl who's talking to me. So here we're perfect. I have to make it. So I decided we're going to continue the relationship.
We're live? Oh. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the council meeting for the town of Mono, held on Tuesday, September 9th, 2025. This meeting is being conducted both in chambers and by means of electronic participation as permitted in Section 238, subsection 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, and the Town of Mono's procedural bylaw 2020-42. Residents can join the meeting virtually or view it online after it occurs. We do have a quorum. Just a reminder, the emergency exits are in the rear of the council chamber. Members are free to declare pecuniary interest at this point or at any point in the course of the meeting, followed up in writing by the clerk. And we'll begin with the land acknowledgement. We would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the town of Mono resides within the traditional territory and ancestral lands of the Teotante, Adoranaran, Haudenosaunee, and Anishinaabe peoples. We also acknowledge that the town of Mono resides within the treaty lands named under Treaty 18, the Nottawasaga Purchase of 1818. These traditional territories upon which we live and learn are steeped in rich Indigenous history and traditions. It is with this statement that we declare to honor and respect the past and present connection of Indigenous people with this land, its waterways and resources. I have a motion. The council approves the agenda of session 15-2025 is circulated. Do I have a mover? Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Capes. Oh, Fred.
Your Worship, if we could, if you'd be so kind to amend the in-camera session to add line 2 developments, potential litigation.
Okay, is that agreeable to council that we add that for presumably an update?
Yep.
Okay. So with that amendment, any opposed to the motion? And the motion as amended is carried. We have a motion that council approves the minutes of session 14-2025 is circulated. Do I have a mover for that? Deputy Mayor Nix, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposition? That motion is carried. I have a proclamation for the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. Whereas September 13th is the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. 30th, pardon me, September 30th. When we recognize the ongoing trauma caused by residential and day schools and remember those who never returned home, survivors and their families, it is also the opportunity to commit to the process of truth, reconciliation, and justice for the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. And whereas this holiday was proposed in 2015 by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, which under Action 80 calls upon the federal government in collaboration with Indigenous peoples to establish a statutory holiday to, and I quote, honor survivors, their families, communities, and ensure that the public commemoration of the history and legacy of residential schools remains a vital component of the reconciliation process, end quote. And whereas reconciliation is the responsibility of every Canadian It means acknowledging the past and ensuring history never repeats itself by respecting Indigenous duties, rights, and letting go of negative perceptions and stereotypes to work towards solidarity. Therefore, on behalf of Council, I do proclaim September 30th, 2025 as National Day for Truth and Reconciliation in the town of Mono, and that's dated today's date. I have a second proclamation having to do with Big Brothers and Big Sisters Month. Whereas many young people find themselves in vulnerable situations and facing adversities such as mental health issues, family violence, identify issues, or poor living conditions which put those youth at risk of not reaching their full potential. And whereas with guidance and support of a mentor, these risks can be avoided and these young people can gain the confidence to achieve more, higher incomes, happier lives, and contributions to their communities. And whereas Big Brothers Big Sisters mentors, advises and challenges these people, these young people, act as their champions and provide greater consistency in their lives, connect them to broader experiences, opportunities, and networks, and provide safe, non-judgmental environments in which the child or youth can confide anything. Therefore, on behalf of Council, I proclaim September 2025 as Big Brothers Big Sisters Month in the town of Mono. That brings us to question period. Is there anyone in the gallery who has a question? Okay. So when that topic that has captured your curiosity comes up, we'll let you. Sorry?
He comes and asks the question
Yeah.
rather than having.
No, I'm just saying it when the agenda item comes up.
Right,
I'll
but for the people
recognize
watching, it looks like there's been some discussion beforehand as opposed to public.
Okay.
So it might be good to
Come on
have
forward.
the question on record.
No, that's a good point. And if you could just hit the button there. And your name for the record.
Richard Baird from Protect Mono. It's more of a request than a question for the item related to the switching of the Violet Hill Pit entrance to the redirected fourth line. We would request that you defer that decision for one meeting while our traffic safety expert does his analysis. And if he comes back with, all of our intuitions are, I think, the same here. But we want a real independent analysis. If he comes back and says, yeah, fourth line done this way is safer, then we'll completely abide by what's written in Mr. Dunmore's letter. And then we won't have an issue.
Okay.
So that's the only point on it. We're not saying don't do it. We're saying that we don't think the town, on a week's notice to the citizenry, obviously Mike talked to us before, just like is written in the report. But the rest of the citizenry doesn't know about this. So we think, 1 week is not enough time for you guys to get input on whether you should be going together with Greenwood to MTO to have those discussions.
So just to clarify, Richard, you approached a number of us just before the meeting started,
Yep.
just to create that record. And before I recognize the Deputy Mayor, I just want to say that we're not being asked today to make a decision one way or the other on the 4th as an alternative, but rather to launch some discussions with Mr. Greenwood and MTO. So there is a big distinction between making a choice, or a new choice, versus finding out what the lay of the land is.
Can I just say that I talked to Richard before the meeting too, and the prepared motion on the books is that council approves in principle the realignment of the fourth line. which I think, given that we haven't heard from the engineers on the safety aspects of this, I'm wondering if we could actually go ahead today, Richard, and just change the wording of that motion to council gives interim approval. That would allow staff to proceed with any discussions they want, but it's not committing us to the decision, okay? We're basically saying interim approval until we hear from the safety experts.
So our,
I'm just going to say, I have a problem with signaling any decision on the 4th until we've had discussions with MTO and Mr. Greenwood and with your input as well.
yeah, so I guess our position would be that the public perception, if you go with Greenwood to MTO and have the discussion, will be that that's what you want to happen. And our position would be, it's been, 11 years this has been going on? All we're saying is, wait 2 weeks to even make the decision to approve the staff to talk with MTO with Greenwood, just until we get that independent review done.
But I think, if I may.
I'm just going to have Councillor Davey, and then I'll come back
Okay,
to
I'm
you.
sorry.
Yeah.
That's okay. You didn't see me put my hand up. Thanks very much, Richard, for the question. And I think in the spirit of community involvement, which is what we're really working towards here, and that Protect Mono as an organization of the citizenry has been really involved all along. What's the real chance that you're going to get a report from your traffic specialist before September 23rd, which is our next meeting?
So he's already told us that he can have it done within 2 weeks.
Because you've only engaged him now, having found out about
Because we
the-
couldn't engage him properly until we had the Tatum engineering information that was released in Mike's report.
which was only released on Wednesday. So
Right.
it does seem like a fairly reasonable, given how involved the town and Protect Mono have been over the 11 years in working together to make this not happen. It seems now that it is happening, to still work together would be the right thing.
Yeah, I mean, due to the LPAT decision, we all know that sooner or later there's going to be a pit there, right? That's not the question on the table. The only question on the table is, are we in agreement with the town assisting Greenwood by talking to MTO with him at the same time, or not? And all we're saying is, wait till the next meeting to make the decision to authorize that. And that's all we're asking for.
Fred, and then Ralph.
Excuse me, I agree with Councillor Davey, but I still think, Richard, that we need to pass some motion today that allows our staff to go talk with MTO. I don't see how going to talk with MTO says we're in alignment with Greenwood. I think staff, or the town, really needs to know what MTO thinks of this option.
And we're saying, fine, just give us 2 weeks to make the decision to do that.
All
Because
right, can I ask staff, if whatever we do today, when's the possible discussion with MTO? Can we wait 2 weeks before we authorize you to talk to MTO?
Yeah, there's been no set meeting or anything, and subject to today's discussion, right? So, and like I had discussed with Richard before the meeting, I'm not thinking this deferral may be a good thing. But my concern is, what if your engineer, where are we if your engineer says no? Now we're putting an engineer and engineers against engineers, and then would have to make another decision on the matter. But
Then be
but that's-
forced
but
to
I-
make a choice.
you'd be forced to make the choice and probably solicit a report from the town engineer now.
Not necessarily.
But I don't think we're there yet.
exactly.
I don't find 2 weeks delay to be, you've been waiting patiently for the report. It sprung up on you. Sam's been waiting patiently. It's my workload that has caused the delay. But another 2 weeks I don't think is a huge thing, and I maybe suggest to council now that we wait till this agenda item comes up and we finish the debate in that portion, because Mr. Baird has provided council with his thoughts.
So I'm just going to recognize Ralph, because he had his hand up, and then we'll come back to it later.
I hear what Mike says. It's actually a little too late to, the debate is happening right now, whether we like it or not. I think that we all recognize that Protect Bono has been the spokes people for all of the residents around this pit for 11 or 12 years, and we really respect what you've been doing, Richard, and the people working with you. And you pointed out one thing, which I think strikes me as being quite valid, and that is the perception. The perception, if we go ahead with some type of recognition, like Fred has tried to reword it, it'll fit in with Sam Greenwood's letter of March the 31st, which says, "It is our understanding that in principle the town now supports this access relocation." So I think we should just defer it, and we can deal with it afterward. Richard has had a chance to get that, and then we have everything's on the table.
Elaine, and then I'm going to defer it further discussion to the actual agenda item. How's that?
Thank you very much,
Because we're really having
Your
a
Worship.
pre-debate.
That's what I was putting my hand up for, because I think there may be people, thank you, Richard, first of all, for coming and for, continuing to be connected to this issue and asking the questions. I think we need to wait until this comes onto the agenda to have this debate, because there may be people who are not going to tune into this meeting until it's at the agenda item. So we're kind of, putting the cart before the horse, meaning we're talking about it before it's at the agenda item. So I really appreciate Mike mentioning that, and I think I would like to make sure that we include all of this conversation when we get to that item on the agenda, so people don't miss it.
Melinda,
Thank
anything
you.
for Richard, though?
Why, because he's going to leave? I don't think he's going to leave.
But he's going back.
No, the other question I had with respect to timing and of us delaying it, deferring it till the 23rd, that doesn't really mean that you can come here for question period with it in hand. It means there's a time that stuff needs to, and our clerk, I'm going to defer, or I ask our clerk, things to get on the agenda need to be received in the office by when?
A minimum of 1 week prior to the scheduled meeting.
Might be.
Right, which is
Oh,
the
for
16th, which is the 16th. Just saying.
But Fred, if you know something is coming, you've walked things on with shorter notice than 1 week.
When necessary, we walk things on. We're always cognizant, though, if it's a controversial item, to point to Mr. Baird's whole topic today, is that controversial items are best not walked on so that the public has access. But absolutely, things have been brought on short notice when necessary.
And the 16th is because the thing gets published on this Wednesday before the Tuesday meeting, which is basically a week ahead, right? So just maybe if you could get your guy to.
We will attempt to get it.
And Richard, just to
get the opinion ready
confirm,
by
the
then.
engineer who's working on this is the same one you engaged
It's
for
the same
purposes
guy,
of the
Russell
hearing.
Brownlee from True
So
North Safety.
He knows it intimately. He
Yep.
knows the situation intimately, so it's not like he's having to come up to speed on it.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for attending, and we'll hang on for the discussion.
Right, thank you.
Any other questions? Fred, do we have any submissions?
Your Worship, we have two questions that were submitted online in advance. The first question asks, has the town thought about using a numbering system for bylaw complaints with names and addresses redacted, as all bylaw complaints and tickets can be viewed on website?
I think that's more of a question for you.
So we, of course, bylaw complaints are subject to MFIPA privacy regulations. the town's policy or council's policy is also something to keep in mind. The question suggests redacting personal information. I'm not sure what is the service to the public is by publishing each bylaw complaint individually on the website, whereas now we bring in aggregate report to council periodically that says we had this many noise complaints and this many of each individual complaints. My recommendation would be to stay with that process, again, because I don't see how it serves the public to list each one individually.
Thanks for that explanation. Our new bylaw that we're still in debate about, the noise one, itemizes out particularly in the definitions, nuisance to people, and that then we had discussed that it wasn't just nuisance to the one person who's bothered by it, but that it's a multiple of something, not written out as to be chosen, but that it is disturbing to inhabitants. So do you think that that's maybe where it comes from? That so you can see whether there's been 1 or 2 complaints already? So I should add mine? Or no, there's already been 10 complaints, so what's mine going to add?
I think by the time they were posted on the website, bylaw enforcement would already be moving on a complaint that needed action. Because we don't have an automated system to do that. So the question partly asked, could you have a system that automatically numbered them and a person received confirmation? That we do have. If someone files a complaint online using our online bylaw complaint request form, right, there is a confirmation that that's been received and there's a service request number. So that part's already instituted. It's the part about then posting that to the website or redacting it. So there's a manual process there to redact personal information, which would need to be reviewed to ensure, if you redact the address, but the complaint is clearly obvious, we'd have to be careful. But I think the question from staff's perspective is, what's the public benefit by posting a complaint that might be, most complaints are individual, right? So posting a complaint about a loose dog or an outdoor fire or long grass, as opposed to bylaw enforcement being out there and just actioning that.
Ralph?
Yes, thank you, Fred. I think we need to think more about this. I think the suggestion has some possible merit. In terms of the public's benefit, it's about transparency on knowing what other people are thinking about things. In terms of disadvantages, I might not want to have a frivolous complaint about myself in public, so there's a potential for a downside as well.
I think this question speaks more to the issue of better feedback to individuals who make complaints. It's one thing to have a pro forma response with a number. It's another thing to have made a complaint and a year or two later wonder how it was disposed of, whether it was found not to be of merit or the issue was resolved. And I think I spoke to this at the last meeting, that the comments I tend to get are, I made a complaint, but I don't know what's going on. When you read the question carefully, he's talking about every bylaw infraction from bylaw officers, park wardens. I don't know that we would capture that data because we would be unaware of complaints with regard to provincial lands, OPP and ASE, presumably automated speed enforcement. Well, that would be a nightmare to post every ticket that is laid under speed cameras. But I think we need to turn our minds to better interaction with the public and maybe having those, I think we have quarterly, I think the motion that was passed was we have quarterly updates on the status of bylaw complaints and how many have been resolved, how many are ongoing. And also mindful of the fact that when charges are laid, I believe we're the only municipality that actually has that information online, together with court dates and ultimate dispositions. So people can see that action has been taken and what the outcome of that action has been if it goes into the court system.
Absolutely, Your Worship. Court cases are a different situation, so those are public records and we post those. For park wardens, the only information we would have is if they issued a Town of Mono parking infraction that we'd be aware of. We wouldn't be aware of any other infractions, and certainly we don't know what infractions the OPP might be dealing with. And I think your point about ASC is probably bang on, that would be overwhelming, probably. If a resident who files a complaint doesn't get a follow-up, which they should, and in the vast majority of times they do, though sometimes that might take weeks or months in order to determine the course of action, depending on what the complaint was. If that person reaches back out to bylaw enforcement staff, they get that update, right? So we never deny a resident an update. The update might be minimal. We're taking action. It might be more comprehensive, but we do always attempt to close the loop on that, right? And again, if we drop one, a simple phone call to bylaw enforcement that would typically go into Ms. Hancock, who would take those and who administers, does all the paperwork behind the scenes for bylaw enforcement. She provides those updates if necessary.
Okay. Okay, next question, unless there's further comments or discussion.
So the second question harkens back to the provision of internet services. As you can see, it's on screen there. I'd like to know why there's been no progress in providing reliable internet and cell service in Mono, specifically Mono Center.
Well, it's a matter of frustration personally and in my capacity as a member of this council that it has not gone as originally pitched to us by Rogers. I'm in touch with Rogers frequently to encourage them to quicken the pace of their rollout. I have an email into them as we speak, asking when various people who have cable to their doorstep are going to be connected. And at one point there was going to be 200 plus connections made, and I have not heard that has actually occurred yet. I've also pestered both Rogers, Bell, and other providers about the quality of cellular service or high-speed wireless service. And Mono Center is like the Bermuda Triangle of electronic reception in the town of Mono. It's just terrible, and we've experienced that with our own facility there. And anyone who's driven through Mono Center knows to say to the person they're talking to, get ready to be dropped, because 9 times out of 10 it's going to happen. So we continue to work at it. Again, this is not our initiative. We have pulled out all the stops to cooperate with the provider who has come forward, who has been promised significant funds by the provincial and federal governments to do this work. And we're not letting up on it.
Thank you, Mayor, for that summary. That's right, but I mean, obviously, the junior people who said, yeah, Mono's great, we can do that in a year, didn't really actually look at the topography. With respect to the cellular, though, that's different. I mean, this stuff with, right? Like, when we finally do get, and I am optimistic that eventually we will all get hooked up like they said, and it'll cost the government millions to do it. That's not going to improve your cellular.
I'm saying we've been pushing them on both.
So, well, right, but at the moment, they only have an obligation, and they've only said to us that they're going to do the fiber so that we can watch TV. But what about, and that we can use our computers? But with the cellular, is there some other avenue that, or there's some other grant or something that perhaps, given that we do have our Mono Community Center there, is there something that we're not looking at that's separate from the fiber thing?
Nothing that we can do, but there's lots that the providers can do. They can, as an example, create more spaces on a given tower for high-speed wireless users. The Primrose Tower, which is a Bell Tower, as an example, you cannot get high-speed wireless Bell service because they've run out of capacity on that tower. So the trick is to try and convince them to increase capacity and maybe increase signal strength. We also have a water tower in the south end that no longer has a high-speed wireless capacity. And that's open to any provider who wants to approach us and negotiate an arrangement.
Well, and that's great for the south, though the south has also got fiber from other people and stuff too, right, in some areas. But when I first got on council, we had a person who was interested in servicing, putting smaller towers everywhere and buying service off of the bigger towers. And we said that we didn't want to do that because we had some residents who it was line of sight problems, and we were sympathetic to that. But given that it's now been a number of years and so on, and we do have our own property there, has it ever been entertained that we would have a tower of our own for sale?
I don't know what you mean by a tower of our own.
Well, I mean, like when they put a tower up someplace, and this was what that private company that came, I forget his name, but he was dependent on a property owner wanting a tower, and then he would facilitate that. So we do have property there, we do have a personal need, and certainly it wouldn't solve my problem up, and I'm very close to Mono Center, but enough hills away that I'm not line of sight to anything. But for Mono Center, and maybe going in one direction, have we ever looked at that?
I honestly don't think since the days of Paul Lansing has it been suggested that Mono get into the delivery of cellular or wireless or fiber services. That was a proposition at one point, and for practical reasons it was not pursued. But again, we could initiate some discussions with Bell and Rogers to see what's possible. Mindful of the fact that the cell towers have changed dramatically since the days when they were these gigantic, 200, 300-foot towers. The technology has improved such that they can be more discreet. Ralph? And then Elaine?
I think Melinda's brought up a really good point, and we have to understand that the internet and cellular are two different systems. In my place, in the last 6 months, my cellular connection has diminished significantly. I'd say the average phone call is 5 minutes until I'm dropped, and that's in my home. If I move around a little bit, move outside, sit in the steps, usually I can get something. I'm not happy with it. I think we as a town, John, should be doing just what you suggested, getting in touch with Rogers and Bell to indicate that the municipality has concerns because its residents are complaining that they don't have good coverage. I'm about to change to try another provider. I don't know whether it'll make any difference or not.
Well, the old joke was you had to go out and stand on the right patio stone to get a cell signal.
It's almost true.
And hold the phone aloft. I certainly am happy to go to the people that I've made contacts with and see if we could get them into council and we could ask them some tough questions.
I mean, particularly because we are, and I know in my report, I'm going to talk about how we're hoping to get some more programming at Mono Center, that, I mean, it would be good if we had in our own community center an opportunity, like we do here at Town Hall. We have, everybody's on the Wi-Fi, we're all using our computers and so on. There's the office that you can use for the whatever, and self-service here is good, too. No, self-service here is, I don't use my phone when I'm here, so.
And, you know, it wasn't so long ago that a business in Mono Center, I approached Bell about tapping into the fiber that runs right through Mono Center, and was told, well, yes, we can do that, but it will be $25,000. You know, so we would be in a similar situation if we, and plus the fiber that you're looking at, that I can see from my property, is very different and has different capacity than the kind of fiber that's being buried by Fusion Tech Rogers along the Hockley Road, as an example. So the capacity of the old fiber that was put in around 2000 is, and I don't know what the hookup charge was for Town Hall, but I suspect it was fairly significant. But we'll pursue it. Elaine, did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you. I know that at one time we did have conversations with Vianet, but maybe it's time to go back to Vianet and see what they're interested in doing. And then there was some conversation about Whiteman. Like, I know they've been contracted independently by town of Orangeville, but I know that, you know, the gentleman I spoke to said he talked to Mono, but we know that that was a bit of a stretch, that the conversation might have happened some time ago and not recently. And so it wasn't a successful conversation, but maybe there's an opportunity to go back and talk to them. Because it is kind of, you know, it's a safety issue for people who live in Mono Center. If they don't have phone connection to be able to reach emergency services, that's a problem in my mind. And never mind, you know, just the convenience for people, but it's like, it's not just a convenience anymore, it's the way of life. If you don't have internet and you don't have cellular, you're in a void. And that's I think that's a risk. That's a risk to lives, and so maybe we should rethink how we talk. And there was talk at one time about the tower in the Mono Provincial Park. And I don't know what happened to that, because there was concern that they wouldn't be able to connect with park rangers, or park rangers wouldn't be able to connect or something. And I wonder what happened with that conversation. That was a while.
Well, the issue of towers presumes that there's fiber to the tower. And therein lies the problem, is that to have a tower, you've got to have it connected to fiber to be of any practical use. I have a letter into Vianet to remind them that we've had discussions with Vianet about the water tower, and I did a gentle prod to Brian at Vianet about 2 weeks ago. I'll follow up. Anything? Okay, next question.
I think that's it.
But Vianet works via no cable. There's no cable. Like, I have Vianet, and it's Sightline. So I have
Yeah, it's a wireless high-speed wireless option, but it requires
Absolutely.
line of sight.
Which is not cell service.
Yeah, but they can get around line of sight. They managed to do it at my place after I begged. You can have a tower.
But it's not cell service, right? It's not self-service. Like, it's different,
It's-
right? Cell service and
It's-
Wi-Fi
it's
are different.
internet. That's internet. You're absolutely right. That's internet. So
You can have
satellite, you know,
you can have a tower on your own property to get line of sight to a Vianet transmitter.
No,
But the
we
Yep.
said
cost
you
is
couldn't
very
do it.
expensive.
When he came here, we said, no, you can't do it in the town of Mono. That was what we said.
Well, Paul Lansing had a tower on his property.
I had a tower.
no, but your worship, they're not towers. It is a small, I'll call it a stick, out on the edge of my field with a receiver on it. Like, it's not a tower. It doesn't go
If
above
you have line of sight, you can
field
do it that
grass.
way, but I know people who've been told there is no line of sight, and a small dish mounted on the house or on a stick
Yes.
is not going to be adequate. They're going to have to build a 20-foot mast. And therein lies the difficulty with that. I should indicate that I've gone from DSL, which is the copper wire internet modem that was ubiquitous a number of years ago. I traded that in for a Nokia box that Rogers sells, and I have my internet speeds have gone up dramatically. But having said that, because so many people are getting those devices, the service level is declining.
And again, that's a cell service thing that you have, that you're then like hot-spotting a cell phone for your computer. So with respect to safety, Elaine, if you did just have fiber, then you can, VoIP, use your fiber to make a cell call. But if you don't have either, that's where Mono Center is having a problem. They have neither Wi-Fi or cell service.
That's correct. Okay, end of questions. Thank you.
One last comment, if I could. We could put a tower on the Mono Community Center.
The trick is to find a line of sight to connect a tower to at that location. We would have to put a very tall tower up. Okay. That brings us to unfinished council business. Any comments on the list as it currently exists? Elaine, and then Melinda?
Thank you, Your Worship. I know we keep tweaking this report as it evolves and it provides valuable information. What I am wondering is if we could sort it by department so that we know how many unfinished business items we have by department. Because when you look at it, you got, oh yeah, this is high, low, medium, why don't we get it all done? And then you look at it and you go, oh, because those are some of them assigned here, some of them assigned here. Most of them are assigned to the clerk's office. I'm sorry about that, Fred.
Exactly.
But if we had them in department order, and then within department order, the same sort of sorting, that might allow us to say, well, we've got 4 across 4 different departments. Are they being worked on? It's just a question. So we have a better understanding of how we've, so they're collectively grouped.
They're currently grouped by priority, high, medium, and low.
Yes,
I
and
know
so,
they are, but we can do that by department, then within department, high, medium, low.
Elaine, that is how it was, and yes, and you requested that was difficult because the highs and lows and mediums were mishy-mashed up, and so if we had them all, if we had it all. So we did change that. My only comment was going to be that I read somewhere that there's a whole bunch of things that are coming off the list soon, as we're in the third, or in the fourth, are we in the fourth yet? Quarter, and I saw, you sent something, I don't know whether it's in these materials or some other, that there's a bunch coming off the list, so I'm optimistic. Just hang on, our list is going to get smaller soon.
Next item that we're dealing with, if we dispose of that, it could come off the list.
Yes. Thank you.
Fred?
Is the current sorting meeting council's needs? It's very easy to restart. So I can put it any one of those columns, and I can sort by multiple columns. So if you want to change, council, just let me know and I'll resort.
Okay. So moving on, next item is the backyard chicken bylaw, second reading, maybe. Fred, any thoughts on this?
Your Worship, it's all pretty much contained in my report. I want to highlight, as was pointed out, the responses were very limited, so council needs to be careful in trying to draw conclusions from the survey, which I recognize the difficulty. It's still feedback from residents. It's just statistically a very small number.
Well,
So caution needs to be used.
It's a niche issue, but it's not unimportant given the length of time it has taken us to get to this point, which I'm personally embarrassed by. This should be a simple thing. Other communities have launched pilots. This is proposed as a pilot, and personally, I think we should get on with it. Fred?
Yeah, I'm still just flipping through to get to the question I want to ask, but here, I think I've got it. I read the survey and results, and I'm sorry, they're not statistically valid, so they were interesting to read them, but I'm not going to take anything from it. In terms of the bylaw itself, this is more of a question than a statement, Fred. I'm overwhelmed by the complexity of this bylaw. It's just so complicated. I really wonder if we have to do this, but let me ask where I stumbled. Nope, just a minute. It's the word lot. Okay. No, the general provision is no person shall keep or permit to be kept in the town, one, more than 4 hens on a lot. Now, more than 1 coop on a lot or a rooster. That's the key. Now, I understand that there's an exemption for agricultural or zoned land. It doesn't apply to me because I'm under the Niagara Escarpment Commission or Niagara Escarpment Plan, which I understand. And I don't even know if they would regulate chickens. I'm not sure of that.
I would hope not.
But this is my failing, Fred. What is then, other than those areas, what is a lot? My thought was we were going to do this for people who live in subdivisions where maybe there isn't a need for regulating chickens. Other than that, surely to goodness, the rest of Mono, we don't need to regulate whether you can keep a chicken or not. That's my thought. And if the word lot doesn't specifically mean a residential lot in a subdivision, then I'm not going to be able to agree to this bylaw.
So our zoning bylaw already establishes restrictions in the keeping of fowl, and it regulates the minimum size. So the zoning bylaw applies to rural A for the keeping because it considers it an agricultural activity. It establishes the minimum size of lot in rural A where you can start keeping fowl and how many.
And what is
so
that
still
minimum?
stays.
What is that minimum size?
It slips my mind. I apologize. I think it's 2 hectares, but I'm not positive on that. And it starts at, I believe, 20 fowl or 1, and then it goes up from there.
And has that ever been enforced?
I'm aware of one instance. No, it wasn't over chickens. It was over other livestock, minimum lot size.
I realize you're still answering my question, and I'm sorry for butting in. And again, my house is in the Niagara Escarpment Plan, and it certainly isn't 2 hectares. And in the past, when I wanted chickens, I just built a coop and had a dozen hens in there. My neighbor down the road and he certainly doesn't have 2 hectares. He has a donkey and a pony. I mean, people who live in the country keep animals. So I just think this is, unless this applies specifically to lots in a subdivision.
It does, that's what it does.
Where does it say that?
Well, that's the whole purpose.
Yeah, so I think, can I speak? Thank you. I think Fred's questions are underscoring exactly what the problem here is that people are not reading all of the materials and understanding fully all of the materials. And I was really, I gotta say, I'm really disappointed in the residents that we had very few comments on the survey, and then we had even some rude comments on the survey, similar to that, like, get over this, and the council should be doing something else, and wasted taxpayers' money and stuff. And it's like, wait a second, this was really important to one individual, it's true. But then when we put out the survey, there's actually more than a handful, I forget what the number was, but 20 people or something who have said they would be interested in doing it. But I think that when you live in and the whole zoning thing, we're only talking about the subdivisions here, so you have to read all of the definitions.
Okay, what am I missing? Because I've read the definitions.
Well, this doesn't usurp our actual zoning plan. So just because it says there's a lot, if the lot is in the Niagara Escarpment, then you have to defer to what Niagara Escarpment rules are, just as an example. But so this is just for the
Where does it
subdivisions.
say that?
I'm not sure which line
gonna
it is,
use
but Fred knows.
terminology Fred, go ahead, and then Elaine.
So
sorry for being
it
so
would
vague.
apply to small rural A properties because it seems, it would, because it seems rather unreasonable to allow chickens in a subdivision of 1 acre, but to not allow chickens in a rural property of 1.5 acres.
So it is going over what our rural A is already? The rural A, it's already written out about. Like, before I bought my property, I asked them, what exactly am I buying? And they showed me the zoning, and it's written out. There's a map to show where you are, and there's a letter and a number, and then you go over to the chart, and you find out that I'm allowed to have chickens, but I can't have a horse. So, okay, no, I really wanted a horse, so I'm going to move on, and I'm not going to buy that property, right? So what's happened now is we've got somebody who's bought a property and has decided that they've found out that they can't have them, and they want us to change. So we're hearing people, I think is the message we want to give. We're transparent in why we're having a discussion. But it needs to be regulated. It needs to be licensed. There's avian flu out there. It's a big deal. You can't just build a coop because you feel like it and put it against your fence, and then beside the people next to you, that's where they barbecue on the other side of the fence, and they got to smell and hear your birds. Yeah, roosters make more noise, but hens make noise too. So I'm in favor of just kind of scrapping the whole thing. But then on the other hand, that's just my for the betterment of the whole town is that, sure, let's give this pilot a go. But yeah, if these 19 people who have expressed interest really are interested, then yes, there are regulations and you need to be licensed so we know what's going on, so that we can be accountable to your neighbors should you step over and it be a problem.
Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I have lots of detailed questions, as I always do. However, in a nutshell, there seems to be confusion. Some people couldn't answer question 6 because they didn't know whether they were rurally zoned or not, or what their property was zoned. And to that, I wanted to ask, and I didn't get out my own tax bill to find out, but does the tax bill specify what your property is zoned? That's a question maybe for Leslie.
I see Leslie shaking his head no.
No. Well then, maybe we could help people by adding that to the tax bill. So, and those who said they were rural, did we have any way to verify that? And then, out of the respondents in the proposed area, there were 13 people who said that they were interested. And then 19% want chickens. Is that 19% of 13 people? We don't have to answer these questions. But there seems to be a lot of confusion between the people who read and answered the survey, whether they're rural, whether they qualify. Some people, they didn't understand all of the detail of the limitations, and I agree, it's way too complex.
Elaine,
I wonder, yeah?
I'm just going to say that, and I'm going to say something that may get me into trouble in the future, but I don't think we should be held captive by the results of a survey that was either misunderstood or was poorly subscribed to. The survey is only to give us some guidance. We have to apply our own judgment to whether or not actions are appropriate or not. The survey is one input and one input only, but it's not necessarily the determinant factor
No,
in our decision
Your
making.
Worship, I agree, thank you. No, that's true.
I'll get in
But,
trouble.
you know, like, I agree with Councillor Davy that we should stick to the zoning bylaws that we have. And they're very clear, and that takes away any confusion. And subdivisions are subdivisions, and I don't particularly think we should be keeping chickens in subdivisions. And on page 17, number 11, I thought there were some very good points in there. And there are a lot of farms around who need people to support them in their agriculture. And you can take your kids there to see chickens, pet chickens. You can buy fresh eggs. Like, so, you know, that exists. And I think respondents were very divided on having a bylaw on the content. And I would like to see the comments from Public Health and OMAFRA, or not OMAFRA, oh, well, yes, OMAFRA, the OFA, and the chicken farmers of Ontario.
Well, they
Like,
didn't respond.
Those are people that have the expertise, and I would like to see their opinions before I even look at this further.
Okay, Ralph, and then I think we're going to call the question.
I have a comment and a question. Both surveys. We don't want to get too hung up on surveys not being useful because it's not statistically valid. I understand statistics, I understand the value of that, but I also get a lot, particularly from somebody's comment. Somebody talks to me, I talk to the person as an individual, and I may get some ideas that are valuable. So I think that's where the non-statistical survey really has value in the comments that you get. You may get some useful ideas. I would like, Fred, for you to clarify for me and us, what areas in terms of zoning or whatever you'd like to define it, rural or urban, does this regulation apply to? And I particularly noticed there's one under 6.1, I don't know what this is, the intake protection zone 1, IPZ 1, or wellhead protection area with a vulnerability score of 10. So no coop should be in this. Could you clarify what that is and actually where this regulation applies to?
So this bylaw will apply to all properties that are not specifically regulated under the zoning bylaw, which I just looked up, which is 1 acre rural A. Okay, so you can have 20 fowl, it doesn't say chickens, it says 20 fowl in the zoning bylaw, on 1 acre rural properties and larger. So this applies to all other properties that aren't allowed to keep chickens. So that's all zones that are residential, and rural A of less than 1 acre, or the bylaw states 0.41 of a hectare, which is 1 acre. That's where it applies to. With respect to the wellhead protection zones, those are mapped in our official plan. I'm not sure if it's the official plan or sorry, that's right, our source water protection plan, though they are available in our online mapping as well. So that's what's being referred to there, is the wellhead protection zones, keeping the chickens outside of those.
So probably a resident can find that somewhere. It seems to me to be we should make it easy for them. And the other one that's listed under number 1 is called the Intake Protection Zone 1, IPZ 1. What is that?
Same thing. Those are different designations and classifications of wellhead protection
Okay.
zones.
And it'd be nice to know where you can find that, so you know whether you're in that area or not.
So those are available again in our online mapping. So from the town's website, the GIS/mapping section, and they're mapped using different colors for the different classifications. And you'll see them obviously near our wells.
Would it be helpful to include that in brackets there somewhere?
Well, it could be. The bylaws using the technical terminology. I get there may be some confusion if you don't have that technical background, but seeing is the bylaws anticipating requiring a permit or license, it's going to be reviewed by staff who will have that expertise to be able to point the resident in the right direction.
So I think it's important that a bylaw is understandable by the residents and has the information that they need. So I suggest that we add that location of the information.
But then-
So add it in what respect, like add a map? I'm not, we'll see what.
You're not,
I'm asking for some way that we can clarify what number 611 means.
So what a wellhead protection zone 1 is? Is that what we're looking for, a definition of what those are?
And know where they exist, so I know if I'm in one. Is that not important?
We could include a map, because it's pretty hard to, Andrew, are you able to go into one of our mappings and, say, the planning app and pull up the wellhead protection zones?
So if I may, to Councillor Mengtalo, I think what you're getting at here is a big thing that every resident in Mono wants to know. What can I do on my property? It's all explained on our planning page. You punch your address in, it brings up your property, the layer, it's a town zoning map. All the layers are turned on, you click through the property screen that comes up, and it tells you exactly what is on your property, and then you refer to our zoning bylaw to see what the uses are,
So
allowable uses are. So Andrew's got the planning up now, Ralph.
Andrew, if you could zero in on Cardinal Woods, because there is a wellhead protection area in proximity to Cardinal Woods
Yeah,
and Island Lake.
Cardinal Woods and Island Lake in the south end, Andrew, all have our wellhead protection zones. And there they are there. You can see them, Councillor Mengtalo.
Here's the Cardinal Woods one.
There we go.
Zoom out a bit, Andrew. And keep going, yep, yep.
So that's that orange and yellow.
It's quite huge.
It's quite large.
Yeah, but Ralph, the prohibition is only zone 1, the red, if I've got it straight. It's not the great big orange thing, it's only wellhead protection zone
Thank
1,
you.
which is the red. Where did it go? It's gone. It's much smaller.
So Elaine had her hand up next.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Andrew, for putting the map so that the public can see it. That's very helpful. I want to ask a question. If our bylaw speaks about 1 acre, how many subdivision lots do we have that are greater than 1 acre or 1 acre?
None, I don't think.
150.
So the Island Lake Phase 1, 2 would probably be bigger than, it would be an acre,
I don't think so.
with just under an acre, but the 1 acre that you're requesting, I think Councillor Capes, is really to identify the rural A properties. SS schoolhouses would have been under an acre. But your whole Coles, Purple Hill, Medill, Cardinal Woods, Fieldstone, Cardinal Woods Phase 1 and 2, they'd be all under an acre. And this.
Well, then, you know what?
And Golden Road,
Thank you,
for that
Ray,
example. Sorry?
Because why not keep it at 1 acre and that's it? And it doesn't matter where you are in Mono. Keep it simple maybe, just an idea, that your property has to be 1 acre or larger, the same everywhere. So it's across Mono. And so that, by
So,
some
But-
definition, should keep this limited to, the size of acreage required. And
Can I say something?
then we don't have to have all of this other stuff.
Just before I
'Cause we don't
recognize,
go around in the rural area and inspect people's
Before I
properties to see if they've got the right bird housing and all of that. I don't know.
before I recognize Melinda, Fred, can you confirm that the town of Orangeville has a pilot bylaw and that they have not been running into issues, and they are dealing with properties that are substantially, in some cases, smaller than what we're proposing here?
Yeah, in general, the municipalities that I'm aware of that have gone through pilot projects have experienced very limited uptake on them. So very few properties have actually availed themselves to it. I'm not aware of any
The ones
issues
that
or problems in Orangeville.
have done, the property owners who have done so without controversy or with controversy? It strikes me that I'm not hearing a lot of blowback from the town of Orangeville in particular about its pilot program.
And I'm not aware of any significant concerns. So they haven't risen to the level of, becoming a
Forks
major
and torches.
public concern.
Melinda?
Thank you, Mayor. Elaine, the reason why we have this problem is because it is the people who are not in the rural area and do not have an acre that want to keep chickens for their kid in their backyard. And so if you put it at just an acre, then you're also, then it's only, yeah, exactly, you might as well not do it. It's like you're back to just the rural, our rural, which is fairly obvious when you drive around our subdivisions, which subdivisions would be able to put a chicken coop that wouldn't interfere with their neighbors versus the ones that would potentially interfere with their neighbors. And I go back to that, I think that the having more regulations and the licensing and the vaccinating of the birds and so on, it's not an easy feat keeping the birds alive and well, and it's a lot of work. And so I think there should be some real regulation around it when it's in close quarters to neighbors who like they're in the subdivisions. Even our people in subdivisions say how they love living in Mono because of its rural character, right? They still have a feeling of the open space and more autonomy than living in a semi in Toronto. So the way it's written, I think if we're going to go for it, I think it needs to have lots of regulation, and that clarifies the rural A part. If you put in then a size of the lot and add to our zoning and so on, it just complicates it even more.
So all that being said, we do have a motion to proceed with second reading, but I'm getting the sense that some would be uncomfortable with that, pending further clarification. I'm in council's hands.
Your worship, I agree with you. This has taken a lot of time.
I didn't
This has
say
taken a
I
lot-
was uncomfortable. I said some might feel uncomfortable.
No, I'm just saying I agree with you when you made the statement that this has taken more time than you're embarrassed about it. I think
Yes,
we
thank you.
are spending a lot of time. I think it's been a lot of work. And I appreciate the work that staff has done on this, and I appreciate that we did a survey, but it's been a big expense for how many people who want to have chickens? 19% of 13 people.
Well, again, the survey is not determinative.
Let's go ahead and vote.
Yeah. I think I hear a call to question. Melinda, did you have anything to add?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So I have a motion that we give second reading to a bylaw to regulate and license the keeping of backyard chickens in the town of Mono. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Manctilo moves, seconded by Councillor Davy. All those in favor? Any opposed? 2 opposed, the motion carries. And off it comes from our to-do list. Well, it stays there until it's passed, yeah.
So, Your Worship, just so that I understand what to do to prepare this bylaw for third reading, I'm not sure, were there any changes? Was council looking for any areas for me to delve into to make changes? Or does council just want to see this bylaw come back for third reading as presented today?
Councillor Davy?
I like it as it's written. I think that Ralph's points with respect to the mapping, and links for things, I don't think the appropriate place is in the bylaw itself, because the actual regulations are itemized, and so it would be the place on the website when you have it, or when we announce that, hey, it's been passed, you can have chickens, get your license now, come on over. Then in that blurb and page on the website is an opportunity to say, and don't forget to check out, before you bring your application to the town, remember, check that your property is, and here's where you can find it, as opposed to our bylaw. Because we may change the page, we may change the link, and then we got to come back and change the bylaw, right?
Are you okay with that?
No changes.
I'm absolutely. Council,
So really key, though, is that when somebody comes in to get a license, that the whole regime, and I think it's a strong bylaw to the extent of setbacks and conditions that have to be met. I mean, it's a brave soul that wants to keep chickens in their backyard in light of the conditions.
For the sake of a few eggs, my God.
Anyway, I'm just wondering if I can suggest a small change in the order of the agenda, because we have people here who have an interest in the Violet Hill gravel pit highway access issue, and maybe
Sure.
if we could go to, sorry.
Your Worship, if we could hold number 1, because I believe Mr. Hinsberger is here as well.
Oh,
And then,
okay.
and then I would agree 100% that item 4 could be moved
Could go.
up to
So
item
let's
2.
go to the Rayfield municipal drain matter. And Mike, if you can give us some background on this, or Matt? It's not often that we get municipal drain issues at council these days.
Well, in the line of the chicken bylaw, it's a rather embarrassing background. Mr. Hinsberg is aware of that. This started many years ago. Unfortunately, it did not make it to the top of my list. It did go through some review from the town engineer, drainage superintendent. We have had some concerns with respect to the cleanout from one neighbor. But in reviewing the whole process with the clerk, the proper protocol under the Drainage Act was not really followed. So with my absence of attention to this file, it was believed that we would re-trigger it with a proper protocol, which is what you see in front of you today. And I will not try to mitigate between neighbors on this one and stay out of it. And the town would hear subsequently from the town drainage engineer as we move forward through this. Fred, any more comments? And Fred, the clerk did a little bit more research than I did to prep for this.
So, yes, Your Worship, the request was received. We've contacted the drainage superintendent. We have the formal paperwork. At this point, the Act states that council shall maintain a drainage work. This is step 1. What we're looking for is we're just informing council, And council's then hopefully will pass a resolution that will direct our drainage superintendent to go out, complete the engineering evaluation, including an estimate of cost. And again, the act stipulates that council shall undertake this step when it receives a formal request.
Fred? All right, but is it not, okay, I hear you, Mr. Simpson. Does council also have the ability to decommission a communal drain? To simply say, this is no longer a communal drain?
There's a process where affected landowners can petition for a drain to be abandoned. I have not received such a formal application.
Does it, and how many landowners would you need? Is it majority vote or just one person petitioning, or how does that work? And if that petition comes, what, is it council that then makes the decision as to whether or not we keep the municipal drain?
In all honesty, I'm not prepared to be able to answer those detailed questions because I haven't investigated abandonment because I haven't received a petition for abandonment. So before I answer those, I really would need to review the act or ask the drainage superintendent to come in and answer those questions for council. At this point, though, the act is clear that the next step, when the town receives a request for maintenance, that council shall ask the superintendent to go out and do the engineering background, including a cost estimate.
My concern, and I fully admit, I don't have all the facts and know everything about these properties, but I have walked along a portion of that municipal drain downstream from the property owner in the audience, and it's a lovely brook trout stream through a forest. I've seen what happens when a municipal drain is cleaned out. Yes, you can clean them out, and maybe 20 or 30 years from now, you can recreate a brook trout stream. But cleaning out a municipal drain can change the character of the water flow quite considerably. And I think my problem here is balancing the interest of some landowners who get some flooding and want the drain cleaned, and other landowners who have a lovely brook stream trout going through their property. Again, I don't want to say which side I would come down on because I don't have all the facts. I'm just saying that is a consideration here.
Right, thanks very much. Thanks for the minimal explanation. I'm a little bit clearer, but otherwise I really am not clear. What am I looking at on the map? Because interestingly, and going back to your comment, just an aside comment earlier about bylaw confidentiality or so on, we've redacted the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs request, but then on our map, it's not only is Mr. Hesperger's name there, but so is everybody else's. What am I looking at? The dotty part is the drain, i.e. where the ground is graded, and the little black line is this brook trout, or what am I looking at?
So the dash line with the slight shading on it is the catchment zone. All the water, any raindrop that would fall inside of the dash line would go into the heavy black line that starts at 67 plus 35. That's the start of the drain.
Right.
And it finishes at 0+00 on the east side of Hurontario Street.
It's a thing underneath the ground.
It's an open ditch that has become silted in, and as Councillor Nix has noted, it does have brook trout, and the DFO would be is required to. We are required to discuss and get permits from the DFO. There has been acknowledgement of brook trout in this, but it doesn't stop what council did in 1969. Was council approved this municipal drain for the betterment and farmability of the properties. These drains do provide a service. The land's known at the north as East Camilla Heights, Inc. There's field tiles that drain into this drain, and they drain that farmland. So council has this is a council initiative to install this drain. And Councillor Nix, I would hope that you understand that mitigation techniques through the DFO would hopefully draw some comfort for you. But we're still, and we're talking about climate change and the potential for increased rainfall. Municipal drains serve a purpose.
Yeah.
And they're all over Amaranth. They're all, we have 4 in Mono. We have 3 more. And they do serve a purpose that were approved and decided to be maintained by council through bylaw.
Can I follow
Can I
on?
just recognize Ralph now?
Oh, sure.
Thanks, Mendel, for that point. I was trying to understand the map as well. Mr. Hinsberger is, if you'd like, at the headwaters of this drain. Could we have a little information about what would be involved in rehabilitating it? Are we talking about 1 or 2 little spots that need to be dug out, or the whole thing, or what's?
So that's where we are, is the town has appointed a drainage engineer, and it's Gerd Uderstadt at RJ Burnside. You're receiving this application for request for drain maintenance today, and the engineer would subsequently visit the site, do a report, and then provide council with all that information with respect to whether half of it or whether all of it. Brook trout do play a serious role in this, Deputy Nix. And it may mean that the north section is only allowed to be dug out, or the entire thing. But Mr. Hinsberger has identified in his drain maintenance what is occurring at the rear of his property, and that would all be assessed and presented to council in a drainage superintendent's report at a subsequent meeting. More than likely the September 23rd meeting.
Mr. Hinsberger is here today. I'm wondering if he would like to speak, and I'm wondering if we could hear what the extent of flooding is. A little more information about what's going on.
So that would be subject to council approval and also the agreement of Mr. Hinsberger.
Mr. Hinsberger, is there anything you'd like to add to our debate, our discussion? Come on forward if you may, and just so that your voice is picked up. And there's a button there. There.
So just a couple things of clarification. As far as the brook trout goes, I've never personally seen any brook trout or any fish at all in the drainage. They may occur elsewhere in that drain, but in my section, I've never seen them. There has been some years with very little rainfall that there's been no water in the ditch at all. And the mud so hard that you can actually walk on it. So I don't think any fish are going to be surviving in there over that period of time. The drainage was originally constructed back in the early 1900s, and it was cleaned out in the 1960s, is my understanding. So it was already cleaned out once, just over the course of time. Every so many years, I guess, it needs to be cleaned out again. And it does provide drainage for the farming and.
Could you tell us about the flooding?
About the flooding? So, but basically the land that's adjacent to it. So there's part of it on my property, which is forested or was forested. Because of the flooding, all those trees have died because they've been drowned out, basically. On the other side was farmland, but I can't farm it. I've tried, but it's too wet. I can't. Oftentimes I can't even get on the land. Some years it's so late by the time I can get on, and then the flooding just happens, and it's just too wet to grow anything. I've tried a number of different things.
And those are even the years where the actual ditch was dry, and you wouldn't have been able to see a fish. Your land was still not workable because you couldn't get your heavy equipment in. It would just sink in the wetness.
So on those years, yes, I could get on. That was only 2 years. I've owned the property since 1998. There's only been 2 years that I've seen it dry enough that you can actually get on and work it properly, and even on years that I have been able to get on, and work it, the soil is still too damp that it, just nothing really grows, other than weeds and all that kind of stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm going to read a motion, and we'll see whether we have support for it, but I don't think we have much of a choice in the matter. We do need to maintain these things properly. The motion is that we accept the notification for maintenance and repair of the Rayfield Municipal Drain under Section 74 of the Drainage Act 1990, signed by Paul Hinsberger, owner of part lot, west half of Lot 14, Concession 1 West, and that we direct the Drainage Superintendent, Gerd Understat of R.J. Burnsides and Associates Limited, to investigate and report back to Council on his findings and recommendations. And that's moved by Councillor Mangtalo, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any further questions, discussions, debate? Any opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Violet Hill, gravel pit highway access.
Could I suggest at this point, maybe someone just summarize this is Melinda's point, but maybe summarize the prior discussion at question period?
Well,
Well, it's Mike's. Mike's.
Mike, maybe if you could just speak to what you're attempting to achieve here.
So I gave council the history. I believe Councillor Davey might have been the only one that wasn't involved in the process. Quickly to the point is the Violet Hill gravel pit owned by Greenwood Aggregates was approved at the OLT. The town had opposed that land use, and subsequently Greenwood's team had, through the process, identified third line EHS as the ingress and egress position for truck traffic, with the formal pit entrance being on the east side of third line, traversing through the lands owned by Greenwood. With the OLT opposition from the town never really does get, the town team engineers don't really get a chance to provide our full opinions with respect to the accesses. The original access directly to the highway would have been the town's opinion at that time, but through the controlled access highway of the Ministry of Transportation, they wouldn't allow a commercial entrance in between two roadways. Tatham and Associates, Greenwood engineer, had provided the Ministry of Transportation with multiple options, and one of those was the moving of fourth line. There is a crest of a hill at 500 meters west of fourth line that seemed at that time to be a better situation. Greenwood's engineer provided a report late last year, and that report was reviewed by the town engineers, and generally the original comments from the town engineers would have been to support that realignment, but that just wasn't the case, considering council was at the OLT with Mr. Greenwood. The town engineer agrees with the content of Tatham and Associates, that it is a better place, and while there will always be, I'm sure, concerns with respect to fourth line, third line, truck traffic in general, but we're at a point now where Mr. Greenwood would like to understand whether to proceed with the third line design and build, or would the town consider what their team and what the town engineers believe to be a safer access, which is the fourth line realignment. In order to do that, I don't know if it's ever been done. I'm assuming this has been done at the Ministry of Transportation. But in order to do that, Greenwood really needs the town and the town engineer, which would be myself and probably Gord Feniak, to sit at the table with them at the Ministry of Transportation offices. Greenwood would be tasked to further prove the safety issue with respect to the fourth line realignment. But the town ultimately owns fourth line and would have to agree to a realignment of same. So that's an overview. I did it contained in my report. I did meet with Protect Mono. I did identify, similar to what Mr. Baird had outlined, that the town residents have not seen this, although Protect Mono does have a good email list, I believe. That would be aware of this, but I did highlight that to council. Should council agree with this recommendation, the town would then sit down to discuss negotiations with Greenwood. There's haul routes, there's some legal documents, there would be some work at the OLT to, because the OLT order for the Ministry of Natural Resources to release the license speaks directly to the third line. So there would be some legal, and Mr. Greenwood and I are well understanding that those discussions would continue between the town and Greenwood for the financials on that. So that's a bigger discussion. But right now at the table, I'm looking for council's approval in principle generally for me to sit with Greenwood at the Ministry of Transportation, and with the understanding that council's aware that Greenwood is tasked to prove to the Ministry of Transportation that fourth line would be the appropriate location, and the town at that point would support Mr. Greenwood.
Questions, comments? Fred?
Just a question of staff. By deferring this today for 2 weeks, would it affect your ability or timing of when you might want to sit down with MTO?
If we were to call MTO today, I'm not sure whether they'd meet with us tomorrow or meet with us in 2 weeks. So it's really an undetermined. I can't answer that. Do I think 2 weeks is? Sam and Protect Mono have waited patiently for my workload to clear up and provide this report to council, and I don't think that the 2 weeks. We're looking at, if everything went according to the way we would like it to go, you're looking at construction and design over the winter anyway, and construction on any MTO corridor cannot happen in the winter, right? So I don't think that the 2 weeks would hurt. I'm caught on the Protect Mono's request to defer, because in one way I believe that the results of their traffic expert, whom by the way is the same company that the town uses on all of our insurance files. So we're aware of who he is, and he's a very sensible engineer, and I firmly believe his answer should be that the fourth line is safer, and that to me provides us with multiple engineers that would agree, and it would help us achieve what we're trying to do here. So I don't see it as a bad thing. Unless Mr. Brownlee, which is Protect Mono's engineer, I believe, comes back with a different answer, which then council would be tasked with listening to Protect Mono engineer or C.C. Tatham and R.J. Burnside, all respectable engineers, right? So I don't see why they can't run in tandem, but because you're not agreeing to, the amount of paperwork and agreements to move a road allowance, council's got a lot of paperwork to come through yet. I think that there's a potential, should council wish to approve this today, there's a potential they could run in parallel, but I do appreciate the fact that Protect Mono has been involved heavily in this process since this onslaught, and council may want to consider that as well.
Elaine and then Melinda.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mike, for that summary. I wanted to understand, and I can't remember exactly where oh yeah, it's under the page 3 of 3, financial impact, and it says that Greenwood and the town would enter into a fee reimbursement agreement for those legal and engineering fees. And I'm just asking the question for clarification, that those are fees that Greenwood would pay to the town for this additional work.
I'll be asking Sam to pay for as much as is appropriate. I think there's a good portion to the town, but my initial conversations with Sam would be we would sit down and we would figure out what was fair with respect to the changing of the OLT orders, and these would be subject to future meetings between Sam and I. And
Right.
Obviously I'd be reporting back to council on the outcomes of that.
And I suspect that any fourth line solution cost would pale by
Or his.
comparison to modifications to the provincial highway insofar as climbing lanes and whatnot would be concerned. So
Well, the initial Tatham report does recommend some right and left turn queuing lanes. So there is a I don't know whether Mr. Greenwood has gone as far, Tatham has gone as far to decide whether it fits within the existing right of way, but yeah, that's all the engineering that has to be assessed as we go through this. But there is queuing lanes and right turn and left turn lanes, and there wouldn't be any climbing lanes because you're leaving at the crest of a hill.
And thank you, Your Worship. If I could just continue with my question, because it is not the town who is requesting review of an alternative route. It is Greenwood who is requesting review of an alternative route, and so the costs, in my mind, should be borne by the requester.
Melinda?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, costs and all that come way after. The decision today is to do we forge ahead and say, no, carry on, the town can go into some negotiations, or do we wait the week? That's the question right now. And so I think that because Protect Mono was a party to the OLT hearing that happened, everybody was disappointed except for Mr. Greenwood. And that now we have a potential, we also have a potential bunch of residents, who we have one in our audience, that is now going to be significantly impacted differently than before. So I think to have as much information is probably a good thing, to be able to digest it more easily when you now are being affected, when, well, at least it was just noise, now it's actually dust. And on the third line, well, thank goodness it's now maybe not going to be the dust anymore, but there's still the noise. Like, it still is a big impact to the residents around. And of course, the redirecting, the map shows redirecting, you're going to be now trucks coming right out into some people in Mulmer who may very well have been optimistic that it was down below the hill and they weren't going to be affected by it, right? So there's a lot to be that I think if you have one more opinion in the quiver, I think it's a good thing, and it's very interesting that all of this has to happen. As Elaine said, Mr. Greenwood brought this to us because this makes some sense with respect to safety. And why did the MTO not want, like, why did all of this happen with respect to their not putting forth this idea and saying that in the middle, the first one, that we had thought between the two lines was not acceptable and so on. So again, the more that we can have going into these talks with the MTO, I think is a better thing. So, but it's not 2 weeks, it's a week, we discovered by getting it on the agenda for the residents.
And the good news is that the Protect Mono's engineer is intimately involved with the pros and cons of the third line, and now with the possibility of the fourth line being utilized.
Sorry, Your Worship, if I may, I believe there's one MTO letter that does sort of hint that there's potential options with the realignment, the fourth line, but I can't recall.
It's a
But like I say, it never was vetted from a town perspective because of the town's position on this matter.
It's a mystery to me why the arguments with regard to the impact on 89 were not taken more seriously by the tribunal. Well, it's MTO. That's all I can say. The request of Protect Mono is that we deal with this at the next meeting of council. I will not be present at the next meeting of council. I'm on vacation, unfortunately, and unavailable even to beam in. I don't know if that has a bearing on things at all, but well, I am very partial and strongly partial to the fourth line solution. I think it's safer. I think with respect, there are people impacted, but maybe fewer people impacted. We have a business at Violet Hill that would be greatly impacted and has spoken out eloquently at the tribunal, and that would have a bearing there. But I put my position on the record. I'm prepared to change my mind if the engineers come back with a different assessment. But I rather suspect they're going to come back with an assessment that is in line with the Tatum study. Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think we should respect the process the same way now as we did back when this was reviewed. There was a lot of vigor and due diligence on all parties to review that entrance from the third line. And I think if there's an idea now coming forward from the person who wanted it on the third line in the first place to go to the fourth line, then we should have the same vigor and we should respect the same process and make sure that we've got all of the information from all parties so that we can make the right, have the right discussion and have the right information.
So I think
So-
everybody's intent is that we do that. So what is the wish of council with regard to the prepared motion that I have? I haven't read it, but I'm happy to read it and see if there's a mover and a seconder, or if somebody wants to amend it.
Would it be appropriate to?
So can we just table it?
Yeah, just bring it back. Well, you don't even have to if it hasn't even been on the floor yet,
Well, a motion
right?
to table is non-debatable, so as soon as somebody makes it, I have to shut down debate and call the question on the tabling.
Yeah, but
But there is no question
There
on
is no
the-
motion on the floor.
No.
So if I put the
No.
motion on the floor, that opens up the opportunity to table.
Yes.
Or we just defer the whole thing to the next meeting.
That's what I'd like to do, Melinda. I think that's the thing to do.
put
is
it on the next
defer it
agenda.
Until 2 weeks.
Do we need a motion to defer it? It's not
No,
on the table.
no, we don't.
So if council wants, so a motion to postpone would be the motion to postpone the item to the next meeting. It doesn't need a seconder and it's non-debatable, Your Worship.
Okay,
I move
I would
that
like that.
okay.
that we postpone the item
To the next meeting?
to the next meeting.
Okay. Because I think we need some certainty that this is moving along in
Yes.
one direction or another, in fairness to both sides.
Okay, there's a motion.
Motion
on the floor
motion on the floor to defer,
to postpone.
to
Postpone.
postpone?
Yeah,
Postpone. Okay, to the next meeting. Okay, all those opposed? I see none. Thank you. Let's have a break, a 10-minute break. Okay. Going back to the original format, the original order of the agenda, next item is additional police services agreement. And I think Mike has something to tell us about that, and then I have a few thoughts.
So as the clerk identified in his memo, we did meet with the OPP. It was very clear that they were struggling to replace the likes of Mr. Makowski and the work that he had done for us. They were having trouble finding part-time officers, that were retired in the area, available to provide this type of service that council had identified as a priority. And their thought, sort of through the meeting, was that the replacing the 1.25 with 2 part-times with a full-time officer would be the solution for the town, and that was the agreement that was written up and is in front of council today. It was very clear that that Mr. Mahowski provided a dedicated traffic enforcement, and it was also very clear to myself and Les at that meeting that that wasn't going to generally be the exact replacement that we would be getting. Confusing at its best, but how they identified it was that all OPP officers provide traffic safety, among other duties, and we understand that, but I think the 2 part-times provided us a more, even though those officers had to be available for domestics and robbery and other items, 911 inclusive. I do think that the main priority of those 2 part-times was to provide Mono with the service that the council had expected under the 1.25 full-time equivalencies officers. So while the agreement in front of you today it says traffic enforcement, the agreement looks the same. There is a little bit of concern that it may not be exactly what it's definitely not 1.25, obviously, but there's a little bit of concern that it may not be as visible as initially thought. But however, it is a step towards a replacement of what council's initiative was.
Well, if I can give some thoughts on this. It was clear to me that the OPP was hoping to convert the supplemental officers to paid duty officers, which I think is a diminution of service in the extreme, because paid duty officers traditionally are hired for things like, parties and crowd control, and it's a volunteer thing. You have to have somebody who wants to do it, but often the motivation, frankly, is more hours versus the kind of dedication that we had from Mr. Matkowski, otherwise known as Laser Larry. So I have a very hard time, and if it comes to a vote, I cannot support a reduction in service from 1.25 to 1. Further, there's no guarantee that we're going to get a dedicated traffic officer in the same way that when we originally set up the supplemental arrangement with the OPP back in the early 2000s with Reg Hoover. Hoover and Matkowski were traffic enforcement officers, first and foremost. They could be called away, absolutely. But the idea that we've gone to a generalist model where everybody's assumed to do traffic, I'm unconvinced by that. I'm further unconvinced by the idea of paid duty being the equivalent of a full-time professional police officer. I mean, we aren't alone, by the way. Town of Caledon has something like 26 or 27 supplemental OPP staff. Not all of them are on the road. Some of them, in fact, are back at the house doing administrative work. But my questions to the consultant that is looking at the payment model on behalf of the Solicitor General leads me to believe that they did not know that this supplemental system was out there and flourishing in places, and it leads me to believe that they're now sort of wrestling with the fact that, well, we've got a real problem here. So my suggestion is to defer this until we get clarity on what that, I'd go back, personally, I'd go back and say, no, we want 1.25, because that's what we've had.
Thank you for that insight. I'm wondering why I can't, I need clarification. So Matkowski, I know, because I think he gave me a ticket over the years. I know that he was really good at that. I look at an item lower on our list about the Provincial Offences Act, which I think most of those things are traffic things. And Mono consistently, of all the other municipalities around, is a heavy hitter with respect to tickets. So we know we have a big traffic problem here. We're getting the speed cameras, we're working on it and everything. To agree to go to one, I just don't understand. And if we've had one guy retire, which is, everybody has to retire, I understand that. What happened to the other guy who was the part-time? Like, did he retire too? And why, and is it because he doesn't want the 0.5? Maybe now, or 0.25, maybe now is the time to, I know it's budget time and all, but maybe now is the time to say, well, no, sure, we'll take your one full-time if you think you can find one of those more easily as a dedicated traffic person, but Town of Mono needs 1.5 equivalents. And so maybe that would make the half, because is that what happened? That he was part-time. I didn't appreciate that the 1.25 was split as 2 part-time people, so nobody was a 1. So is that the new fellow would get less, or like, how does that all work? And why would we agree when we've got ongoing increasing problems in the town of Mono to have less? And we know for a fact that visible cop cars make a difference. Why would we agree to less, is my question.
Well, Fred will remember that when I came back on council, he and I were on a task force that we set up along with Mono residents to look at the whole issue of community safety. And one of the recommendations of that task force was that the then 3/4 of a full-time equivalent be increased from 3/4 to 1.25. The OPP pushed back on that because they didn't want to fractionalize the full-time equivalency. What I understand now is that, well, what they're doing now is proposing that we drop down. I don't know why we would agree to it, but more to the point, once upon a time, we were promised a traffic unit in Dufferin, that they would identify a handful of officers, train them specifically in traffic enforcement, and they would be the first people assigned to go out and do the traffic work. Town of Caledon has a OPP arrangement with a traffic enforcement unit. Other municipalities do as well. Some OPP detachments have something they call street crime units. I think it's time that we press the OPP for a traffic unit. And I'd like to propose a motion under new business that we actually circulate a request to our neighbors to support the creation of a traffic unit. And our 1 or 1.25 full-time equivalents would be part of that unit.
We have this agreement, right? And this, and
This
there-
is an
you're-
amendment.
and
This is a
Mike-
proposed amendment.
No, but when yes, but we have the agreement. And so Mike, is it that they're telling you that we won't? Or that we can't? In which case, I say try harder.
They're saying can't. They don't have the luxury of the Reg Hoovers and and I don't know if Reg was a retired Toronto officer, or, like, not to talk about Larry too much, right? But he happened to be in the area and willing to, I guess, accept the position. I'm assuming it was advertised through the OPP board. But they're saying that they can't. They're just not finding it anywhere. So what I gathered, I don't know how many supplemental officers around Ontario they have, but what I gather is we're not alone in what's happening right now through attrition and through retirement. This may be happening province-wide. That I don't know. But to your point, Councillor Davey, they definitely say that they're definitely not advertising for a part-time replacement.
So their contractual agreement with us goes to the end of the year. They're supposed to provide 1.25 FTE. If they aren't doing that, then we get money back.
To 2029.
I think the agreement is 2029.
29.
Oh, pardon me.
That's my point, is we have an agreement, and they're obligated to keep it till 2029.
I think we hold their feet to the fire. Ralph?
2 points. One is, Les, how much is it currently costing us for the 1.25 total cost, to compare it with the 214,000 that's
Thank you for the
proposed?
question, Councillor. Going top of my head, it's approximately 150,000.
Actually, it's a little more, I think, more like 160, 70.
So it's in that ballpark, yes.
And that's inclusive of the vehicle and
Admin
all of the
support.
support services necessary for that full-time equivalent.
So how come when we go back down to one full-time equivalent, it ends up with a total billing of 214,000?
So your two part-times would be paying into benefits would not be paying into benefits or pensions.
I see.
Pension equivalencies that, so your full-time would be a fully, in the pension program and in the benefits program.
It still seems high. Even the total uniform salaries and benefits is 172,000. Same thing as what we're getting for 1.25. That's neither here nor there. But John, could you flesh out a little bit more of your suggestion? Because it sounds to me that it has some organizational involvement with the whole town of Dufferin, or the whole county of Dufferin.
So a dedicated traffic unit, as I understand it, would be certain officers who would be assigned to traffic duties more often than not. And they would be obviously trained. They would specialize in traffic enforcement. Other detachments have this. We have been promised over the years a traffic unit. It has never happened. And my understanding of the way the OPP is heading these days is they do not want these sort of niche boutique enforcement units. They want everybody to be doing everything, as distinct from identifying some to specialize. So we would be bucking a trend, but also begging the question, if Caledon and other municipalities have traffic units, why can't we, given our, history with traffic issues? The other thing I'd alert council to is that when people like Larry Matkowski, and I can think of one officer down in Caledon by the name of John Krug, when they retire, you see a demonstrable decline in the number of tickets and resulting fine revenue from those tickets. So this is something to bear in mind, that we We appear high now in the statistics, we always have because of Larry's activities, but that is not going to be reflective in the periods after his retirement.
So John, I was hoping you'd sort of flesh out the process. You're involving the whole county of Dufferin?
Yeah,
How do we do
I think
that?
the idea would be to have a motion that encourages the other police services boards to sign on to the concept of a traffic unit, to ask the OPP to create one, and if necessary, take the issue to the doorstep of the Solicitor General.
Given the trend to go away from that type of system, I think there's a fair bit of backroom work that needs to be done with the other municipalities.
I don't think the other municipalities are the problem. I think the problem will be convincing the OPP to reverse course.
But you want this to involve all of Dufferin.
Yes, and I think that's evangelical work on, my behalf and the behalf of others who want to see traffic units.
Okay.
And there are others out there who sit on police services boards who I think would buy into this concept very quickly. Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think, yes, a probably longer-term idea is what you suggest with a traffic unit. I think right now, and this has been said, that we do have a huge situation with traffic. Of course, winter is coming, so that's going to change, the traffic will maybe slow down on Airport Road somewhat, but there's still the people who go up there through the winter. And so I know that there's been very little police presence since Larry retired. That car that was always at the bottom of the hill, Airport Road, is no longer, I've not seen it, but then, I'm not out driving, but in the times that I've been out, I haven't seen the same presence of OPP cars, especially on Airport Road, which we know is the big accident-prone and death trap road. I know people who have stopped taking Airport and are taking our back roads now because they're afraid to drive on it. Anyway, I don't think this is the time to reduce the number of officers. And yes, maybe they have a challenge at the OPP to fulfill this, but I would say we need to stick with what we've asked for and then pursue your other idea about the traffic unit. So, thank you.
So we do have a prepared motion that would effectively have us modify the agreement in a fashion that I don't think council has an appetite to do.
No, but where does that leave our staff where does that leave our staff?
Well, with the present agreement.
Present agreement, and we insist that it be followed.
But the,
Right.
Yeah. Now, if they don't fill the position, we do have money coming back, but at some point, we should say, listen, this is an agreement, we expect it to be filled. And they
To
can
be
add
honored, yeah.
they could add a full-time equivalent tomorrow. I mean, they don't need us to modify our agreement because they've had a retirement and they recruit somebody to fill that spot. I don't know why we have to change our agreement with them. Mike, is that a fair
Yeah,
characterization?
That's clear. That's clear. That's clear. And perhaps I would, if I was to add anything, is a better description of what the 1.25 would be. Because I think it was, what I had mentioned was, I think it was, Les can nod if he agrees, it was hinted that we weren't going to get the part-time services that were provided by it was hinted that every officer does, every time a car drives around, they're doing traffic enforcement. And to Councillor Cape's point, and I brought this up at the meeting, was the Highway 10 and the Highway, I don't know where they sit on Hockley, Deputy Nix may. Right, so the visual impact of traffic enforcement in Mono was very apparent along Airport, Highway 10, and obviously at the school. That's ceased to exist, and that's what I said in the meeting, that the speeding problem is immediately back since Larry's retirement. So that's my concern, is this new job description of what they're offering us. Does it resemble what Larry did for us, which was the car was parked everywhere, and the POA was the result. And so long topic, and somehow I'll get that into my email when I respond to them.
And the other point is, simply by agreeing to the one full-time equivalent, what are the guarantees that they're going to be working in Mono? I mean, like, what's the job description? With Larry, we had a very clear job description.
Well, that's what I say.
And it was related to our municipality. But if we simply say, okay, well, we're fine paying for a full-time equivalent, we have to have that has to be flushed out at a minimum. But I don't believe that we should accept less than 1.25.
Well, I think you're exposing something that has concerned me since I started here, is the lack of reporting to the town with respect to our supplementals and or just in general. It's very, it'd be nice to, we've instituted a process now where our fire chiefs are going to be coming annually, making sure that they're doing the year-end reports with us. And I think that the OPP, I think we deserve that from the OPP, is an annual, and that may speak to what you're talking about.
I agree, but I think the Solicitor General reduced the number of police service boards and forced amalgamations precisely to minimize the number of points of contact and accountability for detachment commanders. So instead of having to attend police service boards for each municipality, they now only have 3 police service boards in the county of Dufferin, and I think they see their accountability to those boards as distinct from us saying, come and visit. So I don't know that for a fact. I think Michael DiPasquale would come, but I think we might get reminded that the provincial government was cutting back on the number of police services boards because of this very thing, that they were having to be accountable to many additional units.
So the boards could probably request.
Well, that goes to the issue of the effectiveness of the boards.
Puts more onus on you to transfer it back to the town in the same fashion it was presented to the board. That's
we do get statistics. We do get crime rate, traffic infraction type statistics, and maybe I could do better in terms of getting those added to Schedule A. We could make that commitment, I think. I don't think they're secret. Fred?
Yeah, I agree with what the mayor is saying, so I gather what we're doing is we're deferring or simply not going to put that motion on the floor.
Yeah.
But my question, maybe to Les, is the retirements occurred, a couple of months ago, so we're not getting the service today. I don't know how often we paid under that contract. Are we getting any money back, or are we still paying for a service that we're not getting?
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. Basically, the way their billing works is we continue paying the current contract, and then they do a year-end reconciliation, and then if there's a refund or we have to owe more, in this case would be a refund if we're not getting the service, that doesn't come into effect till 2027. Because they're always 1 year behind. Because they'll do the reconciliation in 2026, because they won't get their final results till next year.
So
Just
they
like
get
we
the
don't
use
have
of
our
our
audit
money
done.
for an additional year.
So
Great.
try to come in, but there's a year delay.
Except that we need to remind them that they still, if they really do say that everybody is a traffic cop, then all those cops at Primrose should be circling around, and we'll have ammunition to say that their service, that they have defaulted on the contract if our numbers go way down, right? Because there's no miracle all of a sudden that people aren't speeding. They're just still
It's just getting
speeding,
worse.
right? Exactly, because they're not getting, yeah. So yeah, they need to, if they really have police that have all the skills, which I don't know whether that's really a good thing for everybody to be a generalist, but if everybody has the skills, then we shouldn't see a fall.
So do I need a motion to permit me to write to the other police service boards to promote the idea of a traffic unit, or?
I think you do.
I don't think you need a motion, do you?
Well, I'm asking. Yeah.
You want the support of council? If you want to represent council, you'd need a motion. Why wouldn't you just bring back the letter next week?
I'm not here.
Oh, you're not here.
Next meeting.
Do you have time to prepare before you?
Yeah, I could do that.
Right, and then council could, it'd be like a notice.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, why wouldn't you just take this to county council?
County's not involved.
County will say that we're not involved in policing police services.
Oh, so you have to do it through the boards?
Ideally.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I'll prepare something and leave it and keep my fingers crossed.
You go away for 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
Okay.
Okay. So next item is the 2025-2026 Island Lake Drinking Water System report. And Matt, I think it's good news.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Crowell and Council. The report is good news. As Council's aware, the ministry does an assessment of the town's drinking water, each of the town's drinking water systems annually. And yeah, happy to bring this report to Council. It was good news. I'm happy to answer any questions regarding the report.
Yeah, I just have one question, but before I have the question, I was going to make a statement that you know, under the Clean Water Act, we as councillors are required. We don't have to be experts in terms of how you treat water, but we have to demonstrate that we are reading the reports and taking an interest in the matter and are up to speed with what's happening. And the only way we've done that in the past is when we get reports like this, and you know, maybe some little paperwork wasn't in the right place, then we asked staff, hey, have you taken care of that? And that demonstrates that we're on top of the subject. And now we get a report with a perfect scorecard. There's no questions to ask. So, I mean, I think that's a bit unfair, Matt. For the sake of the audience who can't see, I'm winking when I say that. It's an extremely good report. I was just going to ask Mike, Matt now is totally in charge of what initially when Matt became Director of Public Works, you didn't quite have the water stuff under your hat, but now you're totally in charge of the water file?
That's correct.
And the first time he's totally...
Matt always had the water, and I was his sounding board, really, and I still always will be, obviously, but no, Matt has the water, and he's...
It's a great report, and
history.
I really don't have any questions. I mean, what can I ask?
Well, we do have another, the ministry's currently undertaking the Cardinal Woods annual inspection. So,
water jail
cross fingers for that one, pardon me?
The water jail awaits.
So we got that report. Hopefully it'll be ready by the next meeting on the 23rd, and we'll be bringing that one back.
Elaine and then Ralph.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I do just want to reiterate that obviously this is an awesome report, that we have no NCs, the non-compliance, and that we have no OFIs, being the opportunities for improvement. That means that, people have paid attention to those in the past and are therefore making changes to processes and doing a great, an amazing job of looking after our citizens and their drinking water systems. So thank you very much for being on top of all of that.
Ralph?
I'd just like to say the Bath, this is really a good report, and you and the other people involved are to be congratulated. I think that my understanding of the conversation is that you've now taken over 100%, and you set a new standard for yourself. So I'm looking forward to future reports.
So I have a motion that Council for the Town of Mono receive the 2025-2026 Island Lake Drinking Water System Inspection Report confirming their adherence to all regulatory standards and operational requirements, that the town continues its commitment to transparency, making these reports publicly available on the town's website and at Town Hall, ensuring residents have ongoing access to information regarding the safety and reliability of the drinking water systems. Moved by Councillor Manctilo, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any further comments? Any opposed? Motion's carried. Next item on the agenda is the
Re-accreditation audit report.
Capes' report.
Yeah.
No,
Where is the?
there's still the re-accreditation audit report, which it was,
So what is the re-accreditation issue?
we need to discuss that one.
Yeah, so this is the reaccreditation is required within 3 years. So it was undertaken this summer. There was a satellite review of all the documents in the DW QMS, Town's QMS, and the Town of Orangeville's QMS, Quality Management System. So that's reviewed, and all the financial plan that council approved earlier this year is part of the Watson study. So that's all reviewed by the external auditor. And then we do a second part, which was completed a month or so ago, where they interview all the compliance from the Town of Orangeville, the operators, and Town of Mono staff that's part of the drinking water system, to ensure that we're in compliance with all the Act and the Safe Drinking Water Act and the DWQMS. So the auditor, ultimately the goal is for the auditor to determine if the drinking, the operating authority for the Town of Mono could be reaccredited. And they did offer that certificate as part of their recommendation, in addition to some opportunities for improvement, which we met yesterday with the Town of Orangeville, and we'll be working with them throughout the fall, throughout our DWQMS meetings, to discuss those and how to make it implement.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Matt. So unfortunately, a lot of the OFIs were from previous. They were ones that said, ongoing, haven't been addressed yet. But in the report, in the definitions, it says the opportunities for improvement are just there. They're not going to stop your accreditation, and it's up to you. You may or may not improve it. So what if they keep putting the same ones on? There was a couple of new ones, but if they keep putting the same ones on all the time, then it's almost like it behooves you. It's really not it's not a questionable whether you fix it or not. It's just an opportunity. It actually is, fix it, or we're going to keep flagging it.
Yes.
What are we doing?
So these were flagged back during the satellite review, kind of when they were documented and sent in and to the operating authority in the Town of Mono. And they're opportunities for improvement. So, what the industry standard is, and, Martha, who's the ministry inspector, kind of also identifies certain things, and some things are more important. But yeah, it's things for the town to address and revisit during our DWQMS meetings. And ultimately, it's up to the auditor what they include or don't feel needs to be.
Whether they keep the things that they keep flagging or not, but it's also, it's up for the town, but it's again a reflection on our operator who's doing it, because these aren't actually town things that we are in control of, right? So how do we have our operators assurance that that they too, they think like I would say that it looks like they don't think they're serious. And they're not, they're smaller things, opportunities for improvement, but that they're not worth, like, it seems a little tricky.
Yeah, I would say that the priorities are the non-conformances and ensuring the safe drinking water and the testing and everything that comes with the annual reports, and these are constantly assessed. Yesterday, we had a 3-hour meeting with the town of Orangeville. Sylvia and Michael and myself, we sat down with operators and the compliance officers and the managers at Orangeville, and some of these items that we discussed, and say, okay, and then we set them up for the next meeting, and whether or not they get fully implemented or not, it's just part of the auditor's. If you came through and the auditor did a complete report and there was nothing, we'd be going back to the conversation we had earlier with the previous report, that there was nothing, so.
It'd be a short meeting.
It would be a very short report and meeting, and I think that there's always opportunities to improve, and whether they make sense to the operating authority in the town is what we have to constantly be assessing.
How are we impacted, if at all, by vacancies in the Orangeville water department or changes in staff, that kind of thing? Because that always concerns me, that we're sort of at the mercy of how stable that unit is.
It's a great question, Mayor Crowan. It's constant. It's funny you mention that, because we did recently receive notice. I received notice on Friday that the ORO for the town of Orangeville will be leaving to move closer to home, where he's from. Dan Docking I've had a great relationship, and Mike has as well, with him over the past several years. And they're in the midst of having to fill that position. They have filled some positions, backfilled Tim Thompson, who's the compliance officer for the town of Orangeville. Ian Murphy's come in and helped him dramatically with the documenting and recording data for the ministry. So the ministry has, a full package and ready to go. Meeting minutes have always been a challenge, as noted in the auditor's report, and we spoke about that yesterday at the meeting, and we're looking at several options for rectifying that and ensuring we have the meeting minutes in a timely manner, because it may next year in the future audits may come back to haunt us a little bit more than just an opportunity for improvement. So we're aware of those types of things. Staffing definitely has a lot to do with it, and it's, we're on it with them, and it's a priority to correct these things. Just like last year with the Island Lake report, we had things to address. As if you remember the Island Lake report, there were several things that we had to look into. We looked into those things, we nipped those in the bud. Now we're looking at these things as not a secondary issue, important issues, but ultimately they have to have the staff available, and they have to meet the requirements of the Clean Drinking Water Act and the agreement that they have with the town. So all we could do is encourage their staff to keep pushing and getting these job postings out and filling them in a timely manner.
These are highly specialized positions, with a lot of training. So I have a motion that Council for the Town of Mono receive the 2025 Town of Mono Re-accreditation Audit Report confirming their adherence to all regulatory standards and operational requirements, that the town continues its commitment to transparency by making these reports publicly available on the town's website and at Town Hall, ensuring residents have ongoing access to information regarding the safety and reliability of the drinking water systems. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Cape, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any further questions, discussion? Any opposed? And that motion is carried. Next item is a motion by Councillor Capes on tractor trailers on residential properties. Elaine, would you like to, shall I read the motion and then you can speak to it?
Sure, that'd be great, thank you.
Okay. Whereas the town of Caledon has taken action to limit transport trucks, whereas there has been an increase in the number of mono properties with one or more transport trucks on it, and whereas council wishes to protect the rural landscape be it resolved that we direct staff to report on the feasibility of amending the zoning bylaw to amend various definitions and provisions relating to transportation depots, commercial motor vehicles, open storage, and trailers to better regulate the keeping of commercial motor vehicles and trailers in the town of Mono. I take it you will be moving that motion and looking for
Yes, thank you.
a seconder. Councillor Mactolo seconds. Elaine, take it away.
Thank you, Ralph, for the second. And I've been following Caledon, and they've taken some pretty severe measures, and they're good ones. And so I started looking at those, and I did have some conversations with staff about this. And also, people complain to me all the time about seeing too many transport trucks in driveways and things like that. And so there is an opportunity for us to make sure that we get out in front of having an issue with multiple tractor trailer trucks on properties, whether they be, so it has to be consistent across the whole of Mono, so that we don't have a situation where you've got a property, whether it's, out in the rural A or wherever, where there's, 3 transport trucks parked. So there's things to look at in terms of this, and I think because Caledon is taking such, I'd say, strict measures, and if we want to make sure it doesn't just transmigrate to us, then we need to be out in front of a possible wave that might be coming. So that's why I'm bringing this to the table now.
Okay. Any questions, Linda?
Thanks very much, Elaine. This is, thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Elaine, for bringing this. This is really important. We've talked about it multiple times. We've got lots and lots of residents. We've got lots and lots of problems already. Well, can we, for our residents, what is the rule at the moment in our rural part? Because we've got a bunch of them on Highway 10. We've got one on Third Line now. How many transport trucks are you allowed to have at the moment in our zoning and so on?
Zoning bylaw is silent on the matter, Councillor Davey. It does state that you can't operate a trucking depot because that's an unauthorized use unless it was, permitted under the applicable zoning, which rural A isn't. It does speak to the keeping of an outdoor storage yard. So if you had multiple transport trailers that were being stored or used as storage, it would speak to that. But it doesn't speak to operating transport trucks at a level that doesn't rise to a transportation depot.
So just to the issue of Caledon, they had at one count over 200 illegal transport truck depots. I've heard a figure as high as 300. And they actually have a map online where you can see where these are popping up all over the place. And they've done what they can under provincial legislation, but frankly, the province's Planning Act and Municipal Act are at odds in terms of the penalties, and needless to say, they're ineffectual. Mayor of Brampton and Mayor of Caledon, and I've certainly led my support to the province revisiting the penalty provisions under the Municipal Act and the Planning Act. One gives you great powers to order cleanups, but terrible fines, and the other gives you great fines, but no power to order cleanup. So the acts are out of whack. We've had some successes. with chasing off these kind of uses. But there's no question in my mind that we are going to have more and more problems going forward. Fred?
Thanks for doing this, Lane. What I was curious about when you say Caledon has been active and done something like this, so do they have does their zoning simply say you can only have one transport truck per property? How do they do it? Do they limit the number of vehicles or the number of trucks or the number of commercial vehicles, or exactly how do they do it?
Yeah, it's very, very complex and in-depth, but in a nutshell, there is a provision for sort of like an as of right. If that's your business, you drive a truck for a living, then you're allowed one transport truck and trailer for the licensed driver who lives in that property. Not for your friend down the road, not for, some buddies over here. Your own vehicle that you must use for your livelihood. So you're allowed one. And if you want more, I think you have to go apply and get an exemption and, present to council and whatever. They're like, it's very, very in-depth. So, yes, and like the mayor says, their next thing is now attacking the whole problem with penalties and charges and fees and, being able to take action when they need to and get the satisfaction. And like I said, it's just going to creep and creep and creep. There's a huge issue.
So I would be remiss if I didn't mention the wonderful lobbying efforts of a group of Caledon residents, and I'm proud to be somewhat associated in terms of moral support. These ladies who organize this advocacy organization have been at council meeting after council meeting after council meeting, and this weekend had demonstrations in about 5 or 6 different locations attended by 20 or 30 people with signs, and got a great response from cars that were driving by. This really has caught fire, and they're not only doing the tractor trailer issue, but they're also doing road safety in a very big way, and that's how I got to know them. So, any further debate? Calling the question. Any opposed? That motion is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next motion is Councillor Mantelo's motion. Shall I read it and then you can address it? Okay, whereas in 2017, the town of Mono joined the Partners for Climate Protection, PCP, program, a national network of more than 500 municipalities committed to climate action. And whereas in 2022, Mono instituted the Mono Community Climate Action Plan, a program that includes a 5-milestone framework to support the reduction of greenhouse gases. The plan framework details a path to reach our climate goals, including achieving net zero for the town-owned properties by 2050. And whereas Mono has completed milestone 3, developing a local action plan, the action plan includes activities that are both specific to town-owned properties and to the greater Mono community. Climate activities and initiatives are detailed in 4 areas. 1, empowering the wider community. 2, new and existing buildings. 3, transportation. 4, the environmental protection. And whereas milestone 4 is the next step in implementing the plan over the past 2 years, except for some educational pieces in the Mono newsletter, little progress has occurred in plan implementation. Therefore, it be resolved that Council for the Town of Mono establish a climate change community advisory committee and working group to provide advice to council and staff on the implementation and monitoring of the Mono Community Action Climate Action Plan, including guidance on climate change mitigation and adaptation, and that the committee working group's mandate shall include providing advice to council and staff in 4 areas listed in the Mono Climate Action Plan, namely empowering the wider community, new and existing buildings, transportation, and environmental protection, that it be a working group to implement actions such as climate change education, develop a town and community climate change report card that tracks specific targets, indicators, and timelines for monitoring purposes, I should say. And finally, work in partnership with the Dufferin County Climate Change Collaborative on items of mutual interest. And that's moved by Councillor Manctilo and seconded by, do I have a seconder? Fred. Discussion? Ralph?
Thank you, Your Honor. The first question might be, why is it important to do this? And probably the second question is, do we really need an advisory committee to do this? Is this the best way of doing it? I'm very impressed with the action plan that we presently have. This was drawn up by staff and benefited by a staff member who's actually has left us now, unfortunately. We got up to level 3, and at level 4 is carrying out various actions, and that's where we become stymied. And the issue has been, I think, twofold. One, and I've had discussions with Mike about this. I think, Mike, please correct me if I'm erring. The problem has been partly budget and partly having the staff to carry on and move things forward. So we kind of got stuck between level 3 and level 4, which is implementing the plan. So why an advisory committee? Well, advisory committees have been used in other municipalities, and I've tried to follow them in terms of their agendas and their minutes, and I think that they're variable in their success, and some are extremely successful. We have people in the community here who have capabilities, understanding of climate issues, and I think have the potential for providing some direction in where we go. If you look at the present action plan for milestone 4, there's I'm not sure the number, but maybe 15 or so different actions possibly there, and this committee could be involved in at least half of these in terms of giving advice or actually carrying them out. For example, in the area of education, this is probably the first step that we need to do with the community, is to try and get people.
Ralph, can I just interrupt?
Let's go.
Fred, it looks like our screen is frozen, and I'm not certain that the audio is working either.
You mean I have to repeat all that?
Elaine's good.
The audio is working from
Okay.
my perspective.
So we're just frozen in terms of video. Okay, go ahead, Ralph.
Okay.
The audio is working.
Thank you. So in summary, we have a great plan. We don't have the ability to process it with our present complement of staff and budget, and so that we're stymied, we're held up. Climate change is an existential problem. We've got lots of problems in the world today, Gaza, Ukraine, our friendly neighbor to the south. And when these problems are all settled, we'll still have the problem of climate change. And it's something that I would say we all tend to try to ignore to some extent. Nothing much happens until we get our basement gets flooded, and then we realize that maybe things are changing a bit, or we have a huge storm that we haven't had before. Something like that happens, and then people say, well, maybe there is something to climate change. Anyway, the fact is that it is occurring, and this time it's occurred in the past for many. Climate change has occurred for hundreds of thousands of years, longer. But the importance is that now it's occurring very quickly. It's not taking a few centuries to happen. It's happening in a few decades, and it's primarily related to us, and our emissions. So we need to somehow really face up to that. There are two areas of climate change understanding and management. One is to prevent it, that's so-called mitigation with decreasing greenhouse gases. And the other is adaptation. And I'd say that we're doing fairly well at adaptation and terrible at mitigation. Not that we're not getting some decreases in greenhouse gases, we just aren't getting enough fast enough. I've talked to Mike about this, and I think I have the support of staff. Mike, do you have some comments you would like to make?
Nothing really further to add, but I think it's to highlight that staff is stressed to try and work through this process. And yeah, we are right. We did lose a staff member who had some environmental background that was forging this. So it changed the scope of that. So no, I'm in agreement with Councillor Manklow. I think that there's advice that could be provided by a experienced or a group of residents and it doesn't have to be residents, I guess, that would have some education and background in this area.
Two other comments is that I have met with the individual who's involved with the climate change at the county, and we'd try and work together. I think we can be much more effective by working together and not and complementary and not be at all competitive. Yeah, and the other biggie, of course, is what are the terms of references? And I did propose some terms of reference, and the staff and I have agreed that we would not put them as a part of this, because just get the idea out there, and if you agree to it, then we can develop the terms of reference. And of course, that's where the nitty-gritty is, and that would be the next step.
Okay, Melinda?
Thanks very much. Thanks, Councillor Mangelo, for bringing this. It's not like it's news. And if the Dufferin County already has a climate change collaborative going on, I'm not sure. We're having a lot of difficulty keeping members on our committees that we already have. And if there are volunteers out there who would like to be involved in our town, I think that it would be nice to try to direct them towards the committees that we already have. And try to get full complements so that we could get some of the things moving with those committees before asking for another committee. And my other question was, so we had a staff member who was helpful or interested, who's left, but what was our expectation with respect to the plan? I think. When you say that we're into the action part of it now, it doesn't seem like it's too long ago that we got to the like are we jumping the gun too fast to be wanting to bring up some more people involved with more ideas on things when we already have the plan, and we're just really looking like what kind of advice are they really going to give?
Well, more or less, not to diminish things, but the plan is sitting on the shelf now without activity, except for the educational pieces in the newsletter. I don't think anything new has been done in 2 years. You mentioned that it's not that there's only so many people in the community that are interested in being in committees. I think that there's only so many people interested in specific committees like heritage or recreation or DEI. I don't think that we'd be weakening potential members of these committees by developing this committee.
Okay. Because all those committees are looking for people.
We always are. Any further questions or comments?
Yes.
Yeah,
Any-
over here.
Elaine was working up, that screen's working.
Thank you, Your
Oh,
Worship.
sorry, yes, I'm looking at the frozen screen here.
Oh, is it frozen in front of you? I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Yep, sorry about
No,
that, I missed you. Go
I
ahead.
will tell you I'm not frozen. So is Fred going first?
No, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for answering some of the questions, because I did want to understand, did staff need and want this? I also would like to say that in order to address climate change, we need to first of all address poverty and housing and homelessness, because we are marginalizing a whole group of people from participating in climate change initiatives because they are under pressures for those things. So that is a truth. So the other thing is, now we're talking about creating an additional advisory committee when we actually don't respect or listen to the current advisory committees that we have, and I'll say no more about that. You know what I'm talking about. But I do really love the idea to invite the entire community to submit ideas and submit projects. Why do we need to manage this? If people have good action plans, good projects, why don't we support our citizens who might create their own group in doing something? And so I would support that. So.
Okay, Fred?
Just a minor comment. I really appreciate you doing this, Ralph. I can't really solve your problem, but when I read it, the thought that occurred to me is, you know, we have a small committee, okay, it might be a bit inactive, but the county is just about to launch their Better Homes Dufferin, whatever it's called, the retrofit program.
Yes.
$11.25 million over I forget how many years, where, you know, people can get loans, and it might be just retrofitting redoing your windows or insulation, or putting a heat pump on or something like that. Well, the thought that occurs to me is, I know how many staff the county has. The great fit here is if in our own community we talked this up and found residents who wanted to participate, if we became sort of emissaries for the county program, that would be a great job that we as a municipality could do. I just, not a great thought, but I passed that on, Ralph. I even was going to say, if you need some help, I'd join your committee, but if I'm not busy enough. But no, I would, since I'd like to see, at the county level, I'm quite interested in that program, and so I might be doing it at the county level. Well, why not our little municipal committee be emissaries for this county program?
You know, this is something, it's an issue that we have to escalate it. We have to move it up, and move all the ideas that are good and get people involved. And I really, having watched this, I've been interested in this for probably since 2009, when I put my own solar panels in, and then went geothermal, and then went electric vehicles, and watched the progress that's around the country. And it's just not fast enough. And part of the issue is education, part is commitment, and all these things I think we can work on with many things, including the suggestions of Elaine and yours.
Thank you. Any further?
Yeah, I don't know. I would prefer that Mono get involved with Dufferin, which is what I said to begin with, rather than because one of these advisory committees, they need a staff member on them, and they need an effort to get people, and then we're reinventing. Versus we have, I mean, education is exactly what you need to be doing. So when you say that that's all we've done, maybe we could just do more education without having another committee, but.
So who's going to do the education?
Well, again, what we're really working on is trying to get our people to watch our meetings and look at our website and read our newsletters. And so, those are the avenues that we're trying to use. And if we keep telling people all the time that those things are out there, like we were in the newspaper or on the Facebook, someplace about our meeting last week, where we're saying that, you know, we have an official Facebook page. Look at our Mono one. Oh, we didn't even know we had a Mono one, right? So that's the place for awareness.
Elaine? And then I'm going to call the question unless there's anything further. Elaine, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I actually sat on all the climate committees at the county because of my role in the community. in my job. And so I was part of the county adaptation plan and, of course, representing marginalized individuals and the fact that we need to consider them in all of our planning. I just want to say I do think that there's more value in us being and connecting our residents, those who are interested, to the county, because county-wide initiatives will benefit everybody. And so, yes, Mono has its individual plan, but there's nothing to say that we can't take some of what the county is trying to roll out and expedite that with people who are those types of people who want to be involved in that. And so I think it's important to utilize the avenues that are already there instead of creating a new one.
We do have to move on, but go ahead.
Elena, I completely agree that we should make use of the people and the ideas of the county and work together with them. But so far, that's not affecting Mono at all. There hasn't been any rollout. I think we need to have a center here of people who are interested and committed to this, and they'll provide the power for moving ahead with these things.
Yeah, but I'm sure that Sarah could direct some of those people into some of the activities that she knows are a priority that we need other help with, especially taking the information out. We can do that right now, but, having people in the community. The other thing I forgot to say was MC Squared has a mission to pay attention to what's going on in the environment. And so, why don't we just put a question to that group and say, what are some of the activities we can support you in? I mean, they held a flood emergency advisory forum a few years ago as an education piece. Why don't we connect with groups like that who are already in the business of doing these things, and just, maybe direct our residents there, direct MC Squared's initiatives through our newsletters and Facebook, and, really do this collective enoughness. We have enough people out there. We don't need to create a whole new group. I think there's opportunity to put traction behind what already exists. I'll stop saying that now.
Yep.
Thank you.
Well, I'm supportive of Ralph's initiative to the extent that we have responsibility for it. We'll know what's going on. Sometimes deferring to county committees or the county bureaucracy becomes a little bit of a mystery as to what is actually occurring, we can sometimes get lost in that process, frankly. This ensures that the issue is front and center and we don't get lost, so I'll be supporting it. Anything further? Okay, call the question. Any opposed?
Yeah, I'm opposed.
Okay.
I want more people on our committees I really want people on our committees that we already have. We got 3 of them. The last one that you put forward is looking for people. They're all looking for people.
I don't think we'll be cannibalizing the existing committees, but
Okay.
hopefully attracting people who have a specific interest in this field. And those in favor? Motion carries. Last item on this portion of the agenda is a copy of the letter that I propose sending to the Minister of Agriculture, Food and Agribusiness, Orangeville Agricultural Society, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very, very good letter.
Thank you. Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think it's a great letter, and I look forward to their response, the people you've addressed this to, but I also would like to invite the OAS board to respond themselves, especially in relation to section 28 and section 30, of course. So I would ask them for a response.
Well,
But you're not sending it to them.
in fairness to the event center, and I'm going to call them the event center because I think this last weekend proves that that is really the business that they're in. Mr. Dickens did reach out to me and wanted to meet, and in particular asked me to defer sending any letter at all. I think in light of the experience we had with the Fall Fair this weekend, I cannot sit back and defer sending out a letter that is basically posing questions. It's not making assertions, it's trying to find out whether they are in conformity with provincial legislation, one of the benefits of which is that they don't have to pay tax.
Thank you,
Right,
Mayor.
and I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, because that having an party is not an agriculture, doesn't meet any of these criteria. And so, I would like their response. I would like a written response from the Ag Society.
Go ahead.
Just a
Okay, sorry,
second,
Melinda.
that's okay. Just a second, Deputy Mayor Nix. This is our last item on the agenda, and it's kind of an important one. It's an important one because we all had multiple emails and requests, and people were very, very disturbed this past weekend. And it was right on the heels of having had the president of the association right here listening to us all debate the noise bylaw, when in the noise bylaw, everybody except for me said, let's not have any exemptions written in there. And we didn't remove it. When we're going to come back after our second reading, we didn't take the Fall Fair as a thing
That
to
may
be exempt.
highly debated when it
So
comes
now
back.
it's going to be highly debated, but I think that he sat here and he listened and he knew darn well what was planned. They were advertising. No sooner did we leave here, but that we got the adverts for the fun after party. And I would beg to differ that you told me I could do whatever I wanted and I'm exempt for one weekend, so I'm having my party. And it's a adolescent kind of response to having a party. So I think that's a big thing. In which case, this letter is great, but I would really, they should be able to answer these questions, and we haven't posed the question perhaps to the appropriate person who knows about whether they have the standing and whether they're in good standing and all that.
I wanted government to answer these questions, in particular because at the end of the day, they can reliably tell us whether or not they are in conformity. And if they are not in conformity, what does that mean? What is the implication of that? And
Well, you're right, except that they are, again, they are our neighbors. And there are a lot of people who may have been Mono people who were at the after party and at the agricultural fair on the weekend. I personally didn't go, but, so it's a balance here. And I think that it is important for us to talk to them. So at the very least, I would want that this letter was copied to them.
we can do that.
And you may get an answer back from them sooner than you get an answer back from you.
probably.
Have we ever got an answer actually back from these people that we're sending this letter to? That promptly and answering what we wanted, in which case, do you know what I mean? Because we do still, these are neighbors, and we still do need to work with them.
And the Ag Society is free to come here as a delegation at any time, and I would prefer that, frankly, than the president reaching out and wanting to have a session with me privately. I would rather have them come to council and make their case for the kinds of activities that they have in there.
Well, in passing, I told him that that's what they should do. So I'm disappointed that between that meeting and now that he's phoned you separately, but whatever.
I think you're absolutely right, Mr. Mayor, because this is seen as a public nuisance right now. And to have private conversations, I don't think is appropriate when
I
we're
didn't wanna
talking
get
about
into it.
transparency and talking, about a subject that the citizens are very concerned about, so
Yeah.
I agree.
I
they should
did
come to
hold
council.
off the letter, and then I thought I should bring the letter to council, which is what I'm doing now. Ralph?
So I was really surprised that this flagrant display of noise occurred after we'd had many discussions about the noise bylaw with the Ag Society. Really, I think they're tone deaf. John, I think it's a good letter. I think the questions you've asked are appropriate questions, and I'm very supportive of it.
And these are I think I mentioned that I'd had a discussion with Sylvia Jones about this. And these were the questions that I put to Sylvia Jones. And I got answers that were interesting. I think as far as her level of information, I think was subject to follow up with the Minister of Agriculture. And she encouraged me, in fact, to write to the Minister of Agriculture. So that's what I've done. Okay. I have a motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda, moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Ralph. Any items on Schedule A that anyone wants to address? No?
Yeah, it's been a long meeting. so I'll
Did you
be
need us to vote on sending the letter? Did I miss that?
No, there's no specific motion on that. It's there for information.
Oh, okay, okay, thank
I don't know
you.
that we need a motion. Go ahead.
On item 3, listen, Mr. Simpson, I tried to, or maybe less. Bottom line, I tried to read that and get through it all, and I stumbled. What's the impact of anything that Watson and Associates are saying on us? Does it affect us?
At the moment, with no growth coming down the line, no, it doesn't affect us.
If I
It's
read it
basically a
correctly.
planning memo or report. I kind of struggle through it too, not being a planner. But they're talking about setting up a methodology for population forecasts, a methodology for housing forecasts, and then employment land forecasts.
Do we have to do all that?
No, it's just a guideline for any future development. Because the province is trying to meet their guidelines of building more homes. And Watson cites various municipalities where they're forced, like huge population growth.
Okay, so no impact on us.
No impact.
The other one I had was number 6, or the Tweed. I thought incineration was a bad word, but I read this thing, and I'm assuming it's accurate. If it is, I'd be quite happy to support what they're saying there. Should we put a qualifier in there that we want to check out whether there is such a thing as incineration that's clean? I've never heard of it.
Do it all over Europe.
That's what I say. In Germany, they gave the figures, and
And in China, they burn coal too, right? Like in different places of the world, they do different things with.
Brampton has an incinerator. People don't realize that. They have an operating incinerator.
So what does that's what I wanted to know. What does the clean mean? Is it like my blue tech in my car that they say the emissions are coming out and it's actually not?
Elaine?
Like what is it?
Are we frozen again?
Yes? No. We can hear you.
Because I've had my hand up since the beginning. Maybe that's why you think it's frozen. Sorry, Melinda, were you?
It's rather
So
cold.
the question, we were asking if anyone has any items on Schedule A, and Fred jumped in with the two items that he wanted to address. So
Right,
do you-
and I also have number 3 and number 5. And so when I looked at number 3, oh my gosh, this provincial projection methodology. So they're planning for infrastructure. Does this include the province providing support for their dictated provincial policy statements? And I would like to offer that it is not just about land. It is about infrastructure, and we don't have it, and we don't have the money to build it. So like, where does that factor in? The PMG doesn't speak to capacity or availability of the infrastructure to support the components of population, housing, or employment. So that's a statement. And then I'd like to know where the dollars are. And do we need to do population calculations? I think Fred was asking that.
We've done all
and so we don't need to. And it would be nice that they gave us detail, but it was for a different region altogether. And so then it talks about housing needs, and I love this. And why would we go through the efforts? We currently have land and land use designated in our official plan, and the developers don't like it, so it just costs us money to go to the OLT. Employment, do we have this now for Mono? It makes the case, in my mind, for protecting the commercial, agriculturally zoned areas that we have. So, how is this gonna be implemented, and who's gonna implement it, and where's the money to do this coming from?
Elaine, Les has already told us that all of this methodology stuff is not going to have an impact on us.
And we went through these processes with the county official planning process.
Yeah.
And we've settled on growth estimates. They've been accepted by the province. I think this is yet another, more evidence that the province is just flailing away, trying to meet their targets.
All right, thank you for letting me,
So is
Share
there any
that.
is there any appetite to support the Tweed resolution? I quite liked it, frankly.
oh,
I
yes,
liked it
thank you, your worship, I did have comments about that. So, we do have eco programs in our schools. I can tell you that because I was an eco mom at Primrose, and we were gold certified because of our eco program at that school. And then the topic of incineration, this has been proposed, studied, and almost implemented in Dufferin County, and it was discounted. So we have lots of knowledge about this, the big deep. So,
So
you know.
small amendment, it was a gasification process that almost occurred in Dufferin. I think a number of county councillors had a junket to Japan to look at gasification technology. I
Yes,
wasn't
they
one
did.
of them.
I think, Your Honor, in supporting this, as I see it, the important thing is that we're supporting a decision that we create a more sustainable waste management, not the specifics. And that in supporting this, we're not particularly supporting one particular area of activity such as incineration. We are supporting the concept that we shouldn't be leaving garbage around for our future generations, and that we should be more effective with making use of materials, in other words, recycling them.
The one issue that the resolution doesn't touch on is what happens if the border ever closes.
Oh, we can't take it to Michigan.
Yeah. Nobody wants to envisage that
Take it up
scenario.
north.
I don't think it will ever close, frankly, but it has been proposed. Okay, so Fred, can we just move a simple motion of support for the Tweed resolution?
If council's looking for a fairly simple resolution, may I suggest that council for the town of Mono supports the municipality of Tweed's resolution regarding sustainable waste management.
I'll move that.
Okay, seconded by Belinda. Any opposed? Motion's carried. Moving on to report.
sir.
Oh, sir.
Your worship, did you call the motion on Schedule A?
Oh, no, I haven't done that yet. Okay, move that we accept Schedule A to this agenda. Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposed? Motion is carried. So that takes care of that. We are once again running up against the clock here, I think.
Okay, so,
So reports of members of council, staff projects, that sort of thing. Very brief. In fact, I'm even thinking that maybe this should be done in writing. Melinda, go ahead.
a note. I have just a note, the Recreation Advisory Committee is looking for volunteers, because we've had some, It was on my agenda before, we're looking for some members because we've had some resignations, and we're actively working on some new adult programming. And of course, our kiddie Halloween party's coming up, because now that it's the middle of September, it's going to be very quick. So anybody out there who's at all interested, or anybody actually sitting here who's at all interested, is welcome to come out. And that the CDRC's pool has closed for the year because it's an outdoor pool. We had a hugely successful camp and swimming, and now the ice is in. And so get ready to come skating. We're going to be.
The ice is in the pool?
Ice is in the rink beside the pool. And we're going to have some more family skating events. So if you're looking for some activity, the CDRC is your mono place to go, because it's ours to take part in. Yes, yes. And that's about it. Thanks.
Thank you. Ralph, anything?
We had a number of Board of Health reports which were interesting. I'll just highlight a couple of them. One was that there was a death from rabies, so it's still around as a child. The other is that with respect to opiates, they measure the activity of the opiate problem in two ways. So one is by mortality, and the other is by the number of emergency department visits that are opiate related. And they're down about 25% or so. Nobody seems to quite know why. That's the good side. The bad side is that the street drugs, particularly fentanyl, is now being cut with a number of other different items. One is a sedative, a Valium type of sedative, and the other one, I've forgotten exactly what it is. The importance of this is that with these two items, which can prevent a person from breathing, the use of naloxone is of no effect. So naloxone has been the savior for many people because it reverses the effect of fentanyl, but it has no effect on Valium or other things that are currently being cut in, and they're being cut in by, I guess, by the people who are producing these drugs for street use.
Thank you. Fred, anything?
Yeah, just really quickly, there's been a lot of discussions about the Shelburne District Fire Board or Fire Department. I'm not going to go into them here. I'll just say that the town of Shelburne has offered the four other municipalities a buyout option. Mono has not accepted that. We've stuck with the position as stated in two of our motions at council. Maybe I'll just leave it at that. They had a meeting last night, that they being Shelburne, and I was told they were going to, in effect, pass a motion to withdraw from the fire board. I've been on their website. I can't find out if that actually happened. So that's the one item. There's lots of exciting things going on.
But service is the same.
What?
But fire service is still on.
But fire services are still on, and Melinda and I are taking care of it. The only thing is they won't let us drive the ladder truck. The second thing I had to report, I was out doing Bruce Trail maintenance work over the last few days, and we've posted some signs up on some of our blaze posts. There's been a black bear observed on the trail south of us, and there's been black bear scat on the trail. So if you're hiking the Bruce Trail, there is a black bear around. I think he's friendly. That's all.
Okay. Elaine, anything?
Not really, but I have a thought for Melinda around the rec committee and the Halloween party. Have we ever thought of, and maybe I'm completely out of touch here, offering a discounted ticket price for people to volunteer with the event who want to also bring their kids?
Well, actually, it's a free event that over the last couple of years, we have added a $5 nominal fee just to kind of, ensure that people take it seriously, because we always have a waiting list every year. But you're right, to think of some sort of an incentive might be something we should look at.
Well, then it's just, a one-off. It's not they're joining the rec committee, but they're willing to participate in helping make that the fabulous event that it always has been. It's just a thought.
Thanks, Elaine.
So my report is very brief, and that is at County Council, I moved a motion to ask for ask for the roads department to look at the criteria for creating community safety zones, along with identifying locations on Hockley Road and Airport Road. We have a report back from the from roads that we're going to be discussing on Thursday that speaks to the issue of community safety zones only. And it makes it very, very clear that while there may be a criteria in the back of the mind of the roads engineers, it is the exclusive prerogative of County Council to declare a community safety zone. We can do it anywhere we want. And this is what I've been saying since the beginning. However, as we have been sitting here, there's a news report indicating that the Premier has bloviated on the issue of automated speed enforcement, and he's told municipalities, get rid of it or I will. Because, yeah, he's sticking up for the cash grab gang, I don't know. Anyway, we'll see how that
And
plays out.
where does he live? Let's all go screaming along his street.
Yeah, and let's see the revenue that's being attracted by these replaced by the province. Anyway, there's my report. Now, staff, we need to get on to our, I would like to be out of here by 1 o'clock. Fred?
Your Worship, I do have one item. So the second meeting in November, November 25th, I request the council consider changing that to Wednesday, November 26th. And the reason is there's a county-wide emergency management meeting. Not meeting, exercise that day. So you're going to have myself, the CAO, the Director of Public Works, all at that meeting, which is mandatory training. So, I recommend changing it to the Wednesday, November 26th.
In the morning.
Same time,
okay?
same location.
Is that all right, folks?
I'm checking.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay.
Just to clarify, we have moved the November 12th one as well, or we're having one November 12th, which is a Wednesday, because the 11th is Tuesday, right?
Yeah. So we're
Yeah.
good, Fred.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Any other staff reports of immediate urgency? Okay, moving along. Any notices of motion? Seeing none. I have a motion that council move into a closed meeting pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended at 12:32 p.m. for number 1, Bridge 5 replacement, Section 239, subsection 2, subsection C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. Second item, litigation update, second line development, Section 239, subsection 2, subsection E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Davey moves, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any opposed? And that motion carries. If we could go in camera.
Andrew?
You're back live.
Hi, thank you. I have a motion that we rise from an in-camera session at 4 minutes past 1 p.m. and direct staff to proceed accordingly. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion passes. I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of Council of the Town of Mono in Session 15-2025 held on the 9th of September 2025, that it be signed by the Mayor and Clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Mover, Councillor Capes, seconded by Councillor Davy. Any opposition? Seeing none, passes. And I finally have a motion that we adjourn this meeting at 5 minutes past 1. Moved by Councillor Manctolo, seconded by Councillor Davy. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes.
You didn't put the motion for the second meeting on the floor.
Wait a second meeting.
Because we're after 1 o'clock.
Because Fred said that if I did it quickly, I could be excused.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.